You are my dad. You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
Have you considered piracy? You'd make a wonderful Dread pirate, Rob. I have. I've also considered selling feet pics.
I mean, you did have your OF, but OF is just shite. Hello.
I remembered. I'm like, oh right, I have to pull up your stream. And I had just said, I mean, like, we need money, and I'm like, I'm at the point where I have considered selling feet pics, and then I pulled up your stream, and I don't remember what it was you said, but it was something like, you might wanna.
Yeah, I heard you.
Somebody please clip that so that we can hear that. What did I just come to? Chaos, and I don't know.
Felicitations, my family of fledglings. Ghosts. It's so good to unsee you as well. Welcome to another time zone with yours truly, Damien Holme, disruptor of the status quo, reprogrammer of your programmed and fragile minds. We spend our time in these streams gaming and discussing the things that your family won't let you talk about at the Thanksgiving table. But here we can dissect and understand each other's ideas, reach across the table, and come to grab the motivations of everyone by the cockles of their ideas. Where am I going with this? I don't know. Every twist and turn of the sentence is a special occasion to me too. I have no idea what's going to come out of my mouth next. But this is not a place to platform just any idea and let everybody voice themselves equally. You know the fallacies behind that. Half the people say we're not for violence against puppos, and the other half say we're for extreme violence against puppos, but we're willing to compromise. Let's meet down the middle. Medium to light violence against puppos all the time. There's a good compromise, right? Awful. And we understand that here as well. So if you come at us with anything that increases the overall suffering of humanity, we're going to make fun of you and belittle you before we toss your idea out to the wayside, because that's just fun. That's a little treat to us. Welcome. Hi, everybody. It's good to see you. It's been a couple days since I've been back. It's been a couple days I've been gone, and now I'm back. And I'm happy to be doing another discourse tonight with you. Kaistiana also chills all at the same time. So many favorite people. I don't know what to do. I just want to squeeze you all a little bit too hard until something pops. Hopefully it's just your back. Hi, Kaistiana, everyone's favorite eldritch queen of Fae and dark things is here. Here to grace your stream with my presence. I appreciate that. It is a present to me, your presence. Sorry, that was awful. That's one of those like turtle from Kung Fu Panda type of platitudes. Hi, Akumu. It's good to hang out with you literally just last night, and you're here again. I can't believe you haven't gotten enough of me yet. But I will say, so that I keep in Nakumu's good graces and that I don't keel over on stream, I made sure to bring hydration. And Akumu alone has seen the devastation of why I cannot bring the lovely pink tub of happiness that says brighter days ahead. Because before the message died in my brain, the tub itself died. And I don't think I can use it without possibly damaging or poisoning myself in some way. I feel really bad. It was a really great thought and great gesture from the girls who got it for me. Yeah. Hydrate or dehydrate. I actually believe that the request to do a hydration check on Oz's channel is called that. I believe it is actually called that. Tonight's discourse topic. You know what you love. You know what you hate. You know when you like something everybody else does. You believe it's a universal truth. But there are some things we've grown to dislike, dare I even say hate. And you look around and you do a Google search and you try to understand what's going on, because it seems to you like everyone else loves this thing. What is up with that? How can that possibly be? I had this experience just a couple nights ago, and I thought, what a great topic for a discourse, because it dawned on me that I couldn't understand why something was so popular, and yet there were so many people on the internet who were affirming its goodness, its wonders, its grace, its joy, and everything that this particular thing brings them in their lives. And to me, it's just vapid and awful, and I don't ever want it again. So that's weird, right? That's a strange dichotomy. I thought it must be one that we should explore. So many things. Well, we've got 5 hours to divert ourselves to invest in this topic. I'm probably not going to speak terrific English today. I knew right when I woke up this morning that I was screwed, because I was trying to tell Oz a simple story and the Mandarin words just kept spilling out into not right out of my mouth. I do have a filter. But as I was trying to tell the story, I would be like, and then they went to, oh, and then they did oh, but they grabbed the, oh, and I kept forgetting the English words. There's a good chance that that may still be happening and may be a part of tonight's stream. Not me randomly spouting Mandarin, because I know to stop myself to not just start speaking a language that most people on this stream don't understand, but getting stuck and being like, oh crap, what is the English word for that? Because the other word pops right into my head, so there's no problems there. But there's a problem when you all are listening to me and expecting English, and I'm not quite able to get it out. So my apologies if I get stuck and it's just not, despite my best efforts, I'm unable to get a thought across clearly without maybe thinking around it. You ever do like charades with yourself where the word that you're trying to say won't come, so you start defining, oh, not charades, what's that game? There's a game, Taboo, where you have a card and you're not allowed to say the words on the card. They're like 5 words. It's like, okay, you have to get your partner to say the word that's on the card without saying these 5 forbidden words. And my brain just tries to wrap itself around what the hell I can say to get the word that I'm stuck on across. I'd be intrigued if you started speaking other than English. I mean, so I speak several languages. It's not as intriguing as you might seem if you hang out with me in real life, but then I also don't usually just randomly spout off in another language unless I meet somebody who speaks another language and I'm comfortable talking with them. Tonight, we went to a brand new just hole in the wall little shop that sells random East Asian appetizers, ramen, and milk teas, boba milk teas. And we're there eating and talking to the girls and trying to get them to concentrate a little bit more on their bowls of soup than on the K-pop that's going on in the corner of the store. And we draw attention from the family behind us. There's a mom and 2 kids, and they all speak French, which I thought, that's pretty cool. This is Georgia. Most people don't even speak English here. But that was a bilingual family too, and she was commending our kids' ability to speak Mandarin versus her kids' ability to speak French. She says that they keep defaulting too hard to English. So I tried to give her some tips, but she's got a nasty problem in the way that she's going to have to deal with. Namely, her husband, who only speaks English, says he really doesn't like it when the family's speaking French around him because he feels left out. And I was like, he needs to suck it up, Buttercup, because if your family is bilingual, that just opens a lot more doors. It's better neuroplasticity. There's so many reasons why you want your kids to be able to be bilingual if you had the option. If one person in the family already speaks a second language, make it happen. Connect languages to your kids as much as you can. And the way to do that is one parent speaks one language all the time. The other parent speaks the other language all the time. Well, hello, Tra. Good to see you. And this is exactly our tactic. Oz speaks entirely English to the kids. I've never spoken an English word directly to the kids unless I'm just translating. Like, oh, you need to know what that word from Mandarin to English is, and Oz isn't around. Like, I can help with like one word, but I'm not gonna like speak a sentence, an English sentence to them. They know I speak English. They've heard me speak English in public, so it's not like that. But we have like our family's languages, the English with mom and the Chinese with dad, and that's just how it is. And I said, that's how it has to be. And does Oz get left out of conversations as a result? Yeah, but one, if she cares, she'll ask, okay, what just happened that was so funny? I didn't catch it. Or two, like, she starts picking up on words. She's picked up so much Mandarin. She didn't even want to. She still doesn't want to. She doesn't want to learn it. She doesn't want to study it. She's not invested in learning another language. She's got plenty of other stuff on her plate. But it's insidiously entering her brain nonetheless. She's getting a Mandarin education because 3 people in her family speak it around her all the time. So she ends up learning words whether or not she wanted to in the first place. I'd be intrigued if you... So I already read that one. Popular things I feel insane for disliking? Yeah. Oh, yeah. What things do everybody else love? And you just don't... You can't bring yourself to love them despite your best efforts. You know they're popular, but it's just not for you. What are those things? So we're there, and this family of francophones, are talking and hanging out behind us, so that's pretty cool. And suddenly from behind the counter, the proprietress of the ramen shop points at us and says in Mandarin, they're speaking Mandarin. And she's like, in English, they understand Chinese. I was like, yeah, we all just speak it. And instead of asking questions that I usually get asked, because I often get asked that when Oz isn't around, the main question I get about my kids speaking Mandarin when Oz isn't around is your wife Chinese? Because that has to be the only reason why we speak another language besides English, right? I mean, I understand it's a plausibility thing, that it's quite plausible that I wouldn't speak Mandarin on my own, and that the majority of white males in Georgia wouldn't speak Mandarin without some sort of home stressor to do so. Because why ever better yourselves for the sake of you or your children? And I was like, yeah, we all speak it. And the next question she asked is, how did you learn it? And I had to be honest. I said my phone, because just a number of apps that I've used over the course of time. And I have one friend who I bug for questions of nuance that you just can't get from anywhere else. There's some things the dictionaries don't tell you, some things the apps won't tell you, and looking up forum posts where people discuss it isn't always the best. So I just default to the, like, am I sourcing a very big language with a lot of nuance to one person, and is that dangerous? Yes, I am sourcing it to one person when I ask those questions, but is it dangerous? No, it just means that I speak with a bias, and that bias is that one friend. So I might learn words wrong or in a certain connotation that might not be shared by other people, but I can just blame that one friend, right? And be like, well, I have a source of truth for the language, and it's not my own internal experiences, but it's somebody else's experiences. So if you don't like the way I use a word or a certain phrasing or whatever, take it up with them, because that's where I learned it. Kaistiana says, I'm with you, Troa. People suck. Oh, that's the popular thing you dislike is people. I think it's popular to dislike people. Isn't there a famous quote about how a single person is okay and like worthy of humanity and love and all that, but multiple people is just like, ugh, garbage. I do have a somewhat funny people story with a couple details I just learned today, though. So I suppose that's not a completely dislike. I'm intrigued. Intrigued on the story. Anyway, it was really cool to be able to just randomly start speaking Mandarin in public with the proprietess and also the guy who's just reading the register and the food, like taking orders and stuff. He also spoke Chinese, and they were speaking Chinese together. Well, he wouldn't speak it. And I think I understood why when we were leaving and I was telling the girls be polite and say like thank you and bye to the people we're leaving, especially since they had such great interest in two Caucasian little girls speaking perfect Mandarin. I was like, make sure to say goodbye to them and everything. They did. And I heard him say a couple things. One said thank you and he said you're welcome. And then they said bye and he said bye. And I could tell by his accent, it was like he was Chinese American and he came from a family of Chinese speakers, but he didn't really, like, Chinese was not a perfectly native language to him. It was like a second language that his family also speaks. So it's a second language. It's one he learns in the home from family. But the way he pronounced sounds and words, I was like, you sound like an American who's learning this language for the first time, even though the proprietess was speaking to him in full-on Mandarin he was understanding. So I think, and this happens a lot, when your family members speak multiple languages, but you don't have a dedicated parent per language in the house. I had a friend in high school that was this way. He was Indonesian American. His parents spoke English to him some of the time. Both of them, both the mom and the dad, spoke English to him some of the time. Spoke Dutch to him some of the time, because Indonesia used to be a Dutch colony, and spoke Indonesian to him some of the time. He understood Dutch perfectly. He understood Indonesian perfectly. And, of course, he understood English perfectly. But when he spoke back to them, he only spoke in English. And I was like, you know everything they're saying. Why don't you respond back in the language that they're speaking in? I just said, it's just easier to do it in English. And then later on, I had him teach me some Indonesian words. And he sounded like this was on the West Coast. He sounded like a West Coaster speaking Indonesian. I was like, you have an accent speaking your family's native one of your family's native languages. Why do you have an accent? Right? You've learned this language from your parents. It's just weird. And I didn't learn until much later on taking linguistics courses. Like, that was kind of like not the way to pick up multiple languages. You should really have a dedicated teacher, one parent or one adult that's in your life that focuses on one language with you and never switches languages ever. Ideally. I may come on mic for that one. Let me know. I'll pop into Discord to hear out your story. We have an awesome Chinese food place here and there, and their Americanized daughter's hilarious because if you hear her on the phone, you swear she's a white girl, but sounds different in the restaurant. That's true too. If you have a child that learned dedicated language from a dedicated parent, what you might hear is one of two things in the home. And I had a Persian friend, Kaistiana. We talked about this person, but you said you didn't really know him that well. I had a Persian friend who, in his household, learned Greek, Persian, and English. And his mom almost exclusively, I should say Persian, Farsi. His mom almost exclusively spoke Farsi to him. Sometimes he would answer back in Farsi, but every once in a while, he just thought it was easier to speak back in English instead. But he completely lost his Southern Californian accent and spoke English to his mom in a very heavy Farsi accent, like fresh off the boat from Iran sort of sound. I was always like, that's so weird. That is not your accent when you speak English, but it's his accent when he speaks English to his mom. Because I think the English words are more palatable, are easier to grasp in an accent you already speak in. And his brain was probably doing it subconsciously. I am meeting my mom part way, and I'm giving her English words because right now I need to speak English, but I'm giving them to her in an accent pattern that will be better, easily grasped by her quickly. It's interesting. Yeah. Let me switch over to headset. Okay, cool. Popping into just my main channel on Discord. I won't hear you because I have streamer mode enabled. So you'll have to speak to say that you have entered. Kaistiana says, I have a friend who moved from Brazil. She told me that she thinks in Portuguese and translates to English words she learned before she... Oh. Translates to English words she learned before she moved, and vice versa for words she learned after. So, interesting. Portuguese to English, if they're words she learned before she moved. And then English to Portuguese for the words that she learned after. That's kind of cool. That's some really cool neuroplasticity. Hello? I see a Trova in my channel, but perhaps we're having technical difficulties with the audio relaying. Also, I do have this thing that I had set up a long time ago, and I turned it off. Let's turn it back on. Whoop. There. It should just be here and ready and waiting. Yeti. Hello and welcome. How goes my favorite one-legged death metal-ist? It's good to see you. She told me she knew she'd become fluent when she had a dream in English. That is one of the weirdest things to have happen. And it's happened to me in a few different languages since I've studied several over the course of my life, is waking up from a dream where you're like, wow, not a single stitch of my native language in that dream at all. It was completely in something else. I'm well, brother. How are you doing? Better and better. I had a rough November. Some of you know the details. Some of you don't. Let's just say it was a rough November. So I'm looking forward to a happy Christmas with the kiddos, family, maybe a wee bit of time off, and maybe seeing the sights in downtown Atlanta. There's some cool stuff that goes on there. There's like a whole German Christmas festival thing that happens in the heart of the city that I'd like them to go to again. They've been once when they were younger. And as they get older and are able to start making core memories, it'd be cool to go there again. Yeah. Yeah, not bad, not bad. According to what I can see, you should be able to hear me. I don't... If you can talk, or if you are talking right now, and the audio writing is working, on stream, you would see your faceplate lighting up. And if it was an audio writing on my part where I couldn't hear you, then, you know, you'd still be, like, flashing and showing voice coming through. I don't know. My ears are messed up. Then I'd be trying to do troubleshooting on my end. But Discord's not getting your audio in. On Discord itself, you'd also see your name light up, and your faceplate would be like a green circle, too. So something's stuck between your mic and getting it into Discord. Could be as simple as your voice settings in Discord are picking up the wrong microphone or not a microphone at all as the input device. Yeah.
Interesting.
Now I can
I
hear
just
you.
switched over to a different microphone. Let's see how this one goes.
That microphone is crisp, clear, and lovely. I hear you.
All right. Well, part of the reason I wanted to switch over to mic on this is because it's a bit of a lengthy one, and I didn't want to take over chat entirely.
Not at all.
Have you looked at the funny section that's on Oz's Discord and see the story that I posted there?
No, I haven't. If
Okay.
if I don't look, will you tell the story here so everybody
Yeah,
else who's not on
was-
Oz's Discord can enjoy as well?
Yeah, you got it. That was part of the reason why I asked, is I wanted to make sure that I was actually going to be relaying the information in a way that was understandable.
Excellent.
1 second here. Okay, so last week being Thanksgiving weekend, we have a lot of friends that are in town from out of town to visit family, things along those lines. And after Thursday, everyone kind of needed to do a little family detox break. So a bunch of the guys and I got together and just went out for like a afternoon bar trip. Went to a little bar and grill. They were playing bingo. I'll tell the whole story for the funny of it. There were a couple guys there that I didn't know, but most of them are old friends that I've been in contact with for between 5 to 20 years. But most of them I knew from Utah or online gaming, things along those lines. California, when you play bingo at a bar, there's a little bit of a a second side to the process. So when the number caller goes through and announces the numbers, some of the numbers, there's actually a response that the people are supposed to call back. So, for example, if B8 is called, the audience is supposed to kind of yell over the top of the speaking volume, should have had a B8, things along those lines.
It's like the Rocky
I-42 is the
Horror.
answer to everything. Yeah, similar. It's like, yeah, it's supposed to make it more interactive and add some interplay to the game itself and kind of make it into a bar thing, because that's where we
cute.
were, right?
Yeah.
So, no one there knew about that. Apparently, it's a California thing and sometimes a Utah thing. So everyone, as soon as I said, should have had a B8 because it was the first number out of that list that was called, everyone just kind of stared at me like, what are you doing? But then the laughter started, so I just kept going with it. Eventually, they turned around and asked me for a list of these numbers because it seemed like fun to me, or to them.
Are you starting cultural revolutions?
You should have heard about what I did with July 24th being Pie and Beer Day. First year that I got here. Now it's already a thing. I'm quite proud of myself, actually. Anyhow. So, what I didn't know about that whole scenario, one of the guys that I didn't know, he and I actually ended up talking quite a bit of the day and hitting it off, so we switched phone numbers. We've hung out a couple of times since, or kind of dating or towards the beginning of that kind of a thing.
Mhm.
But what I found out this afternoon is that the entire point of that wasn't actually just for family detox, and that the rest of the guys were actually trying to set the two of us up.
Oh.
As the first part. And the second is that we grabbed lunch this afternoon. We kind of We're talking about backgrounds, what we do for work, that kind of thing. And come to find out that the guy is a firefighter.
All right.
And that's not a problem, not an issue. It's just funny with me particularly because out of the people that I've dated since moving here, that means that 3/4 of them have all had the same job. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
You know, we definitely do have types, and I think we don't understand until maybe even until somebody else points it out, how much our proclivities come out in the type of people that we end up choosing.
The funny thing with me on that is that I don't really have a type. None of my exes have even looked remotely like each other. Most of the time, if I'm going to be at a bar, if I'm going to swing over to flirt with someone or try to get a phone number, something along those lines, I would never go for the big, beefy, muscular ones, which is exactly what this guy is. Normally, I would go for the short, quiet, kind of mousy, nerdy-looking gay guy, because that's the ones that I usually get along with the most easily. But every single time that I actually date someone and it ends up being like a protracted period, it's not that short, little nerdy type. So my type is apparently not my type, which is even funnier.
Well, that and sometimes when people step in to sort of like set you up, because it sounds like that was part of what was going on here, they have an idea of you that's different than your own idea of you, right? And there's nothing to say that, like, you being in your own head, you feel like you're the most valid version of you. And yet, if it does seem like you are dating the same sort of occupation, maybe there's something that's not... what's the word I'm looking for? It's not obvious to you that lives within you. Like maybe there's a personality trait or some subconscious signaling in a firefighter that you say, well, there's nothing else in common, and yet maybe there is something there. You know, it's something about the way that they talk or carry themselves, or something you wouldn't have caught right out of the gate. You understand?
I get that, absolutely. One thing that is definitely entirely in my head as far as that type of thing is concerned is I always assume that the people who take a lot of time to work on their physique to the point where it's like aesthetically pleasing, that most of the time what they're going to be interested in are people who are also of that same kind of physique or body type. And that was one of the things that me and this guy have kind of chatted about, is like there's no way that he would actually end up going out and dating someone who's all like really, really well built and muscular, because it's just not what he's attracted to. So even what you have as far as interpretations of other people's ideals or what they would find attractive, a lot of times are also going to be a little bit askance.
Right. Yeah, just further cements my idea that the more we think that we know about people based on our demographic data that we collect through our lives, the less true or the less accurate we get. I think it's just harder and harder for us to actually take a stand and say we know something about people the longer we live, because we end up gathering data and we end up drawing conclusions, and humans just aren't conclusive. So we're constantly forcing ourselves to think outside of the data that we've collected in order to make sure that we don't misjudge or misassume something about somebody just because they've patterned something else in our brain that wouldn't naturally fit.
Yeah, there have been quite a few surprises with this fella. Like he's like 90% snuggle, and I would have guessed that just from looking at him. Like he's just a big old teddy bear. So
nothing wrong with that. Well, I appreciate your story. Thank you very much. Thanks for popping in. It's rare to hear your voice, or at least it will be until you at one point in the future start streaming again. Not to put you on the spot, but is there any invested interest in coming back to the streaming world in your future?
I will be streaming eventually again, yeah. The thing that I'm really kind of concerned with is one of the streams right before I stopped, I ended up having one of my blackout episodes while I was live. So people actually saw me collapse and fall forward, and because a lot of them weren't aware of my condition and things like that happening, and that it's kind of commonplace and normal, scared a couple of them. Magna was actually watching, and I definitely unnerved him. I had to catch him up on what was going on there. So.
Sure.
But I will be coming back to streaming eventually once that becomes something that's a little bit more controllable. Typically, if that's going to happen, it starts as a migraine, then moves into a dizzy spell, and then I'm unconscious if the dizzy spell doesn't pass. On that occasion, because I'd been drinking, I didn't notice the dizzy spell, so I didn't take time to step away, things along those lines. So there's some stuff that's within my control that I can go through and adjust as far as that's concerned, but I'm not 100% comfortable with the notion of stepping back into that until I'm a little bit better off as far as my own physical health is concerned.
Yeah, I can understand that. Well, thanks for your
And
time.
Yeti, it's Troa, by the way.
Yeah.
Hugs to you.
Our community's own. Kaistiana says, my husband literally ticked a bunch of my absolutely not boxes, but here we are 20 years later. There you go. I had 3 or 4 reasons not to start dating Oz. And here we are a ridiculous amount of time later. So, yeah, there's something to our pickers sometimes. We think we know what we like, or we think we know what sort of trends we're in, or maybe not a trend. And then the world has a way of stepping in and proving all the data you've collected wrong. Yeti says, my lady and I are going on a year. Congrats. Any exciting anniversary plans? I feel like the first anniversary is one that you always kind of do a little bit bigger than all the others, because, oh, look at this place. So many people don't make it past a year, right? When I say this place, I just mean like Earth. And the dating scene it's a harsh mistress. We don't live in an era or a time frame of the universe where it is easy to meet new people, and then easy to make connections, and then easy to keep those connections and the attention, and everybody just moves too fast and has too little grit to stick around for the hard times. I was talking with a friend the other night, just this week, about how we are so comfortable these days that just a little bit of adversity can be really off-putting to us. We don't want to deal with it. We think we've got so many options to avoid it. Why leave that in your life whatsoever? But you don't really get to meet somebody until you've had adversity with them. Because fair weather friends, if you go to a date, a concert, coffee with somebody, a nice movie, you can enjoy just about anybody's company doing those things. So the real test is, can you get a flat tire? Can you have a really miserable experience? Can somebody have a emergency around you? And what happens with you and your dating partner at that point? Who are you at the other end of that? That's meaningful to me. Not to say I seek that out. I don't go and try to fabricate those situations, but when they do happen, personally, I get excited.
I just realized that I actually kind of killed my own joke story there. I forgot to tell the end of how the bingo thing went.
Oh, by all means, yeah.
So I kept on calling out the numbers as they were going along, and they asked me to start writing out this list, which I thought was, okay, this is kind of cool. They're going to use this going forward. And other people were like, okay, so is there other numbers we should know about? The problem was, as I was writing the list out, the number 069 was called, and because I was sidetracked with writing down, I didn't actually have my filter on, so I just stood up and said what 069 is, which is a meal for two with a hairy view. So I was asked to stop with my responses to the numbers, but they still wanted the list.
Yeah, it's a good way in a mixed crowd to establish a certain sort of reputation for yourself. But I'm glad that they were on board enough at that point that that wasn't the end of your night. They're like, we're gonna have to ask you to leave now. Yeti says, every day with her is a special day. You're gonna make me puke. But there's nothing planned for a 1-year anniversary. Unlike the word anniversary for autocorrected added that. Wait, what? Oh, did you start to type just 1 year and then it added anniversary as an autocorrection? Trying to understand what I read. That's nice though. Oz and I generally we do have a few hallmark things that we celebrate. However, we never force ourselves to celebrate them on the day, and that's also true for holidays as well. Holidays are always going to be harder, more expensive, and just crowded wherever you go. If you try to orchestrate things on the exact day, our kids are still young enough that they're not going to have like a social clout of their friends getting upset or laughing at them or whatever, making fun of them that they celebrated off calendar. Like, oh, why haven't you celebrated Christmas yet? Oh, well, you know, our parents don't believe in Christmas on the day of or something like, I don't know. But for now, yeah, we celebrate whenever it's appropriate, easy, makes sense, makes the plans work the best that they could possibly work. And we gift give and provide whenever we feel like it. And I feel like I enjoy receiving gifts on a whim much better than I do like on a prescribed day or an outing or a memory or whatever it happens to be. Handmade art. I'd rather just be handed it. Like even when I'm at work, just hand me some art. I'll be happier than if you waited until like Father's Day to make me something. I also just don't like things that people buy for stuff like Father's Day. I don't understand traditional masculinity. Which brings us back to our topic. What things do you not understand why they're so popular? I wasn't going to talk about Father's Day, but bringing it up, when I look at male gift giving, well, father gift giving practices in the United States and all of the tools and gadgets and everything that serve very little utility and take up space and or encourage my consignment to work. Like, oh, let's get him this little crafty kit or this special tool or this thing that he's going to then put to work around the house. It makes me feel like my worth is being derived by how useful I can be to keep the household running. I don't want that to be my derived worth. I really don't. I want stuff that would make me feel like people prioritize my fun or my self-care or just appreciate me as a person, not set me to work or give me a little doodad that I can stare at. I had kids because I wanted to have kids, and have kids because I would rather stare at this electronic device that they bought me whenever I'm hanging out with them. Yeah. Going back to Chatland. Thanks, Tra. Thank you very much for being on mic tonight. Your YouTube chats aren't showing in the stream chat window again. Botrix is taking a break, I guess. Yeah, I'm looking right now, and Botrix never joined the YouTube chat. Oh well. I literally cannot force it to. I've done this before in the past with I've tried to get it to force itself to come on. It just, if it won't come, it won't come. Yeah. Oh no, wait, it's there. I see it. It's absolutely popping up. It's YouTube will always relay slower. My main stream, for the sake of just the user experience and how live streams historically have gone, the king of the live stream platforms today is still Twitch, in my strong opinion, and I think a lot of other people would agree. So my broadcasting software is set up to broadcast a stream to Twitch, and then everything else is relayed. So all the relays might take time to get there. The lag on video, audio, chat, everything might be a little bit more because they're part of a relay service. I'm not actually like a simulcast streamer in the deepest sense of the word, where I'd be streaming to multiple platforms exactly connected to them directly. I'm connected to Twitch, and then everything else gets a relay. That's how it works. Troa is the goat. I agree. Where did you get that goat emoji? That's amazing. It's a Magoo in the morning? What? That sounds like a canned phrase that I've never heard before. Just got a notification saying I can clip on YouTube or on Twitch. I mean, clips have been around on Twitch for forever. Maybe it's a YouTube thing. The universe has a terribly brutal sense of humor. I agree. Oh no, me and my hubby accidentally moved in together on our first date. That sounds like a story. I'm curious how you accidentally end up moving in together. I've had relationships, or the beginning of not even a full relationship, but like talks with a girl go fast. I had somebody who we showed some interest. We maybe did a sext here and there, but we hadn't actually gone on our first date, and she was kind of planning us moving in together. I was like, that sounds amazing with somebody that I've dated a few times and completely advocate and am passionate and mad about. And I wasn't quite there with her. And so it just felt just a little fast. A little more than a little fast. I got scared away. Yeah. Hate to say it. I won't say her name, but because she might also be a little bit internet famous. But I got scared away. Sorry. That's not how I roll. It's too fast. I'm only on YouTube because you needed the hours. Now I'm just used to it. I appreciate that. I do think and hope that YouTube will get better at it. One of the things that I felt was a little bit unfortunate with YouTube, I do like that they do super chats and the super stickers, which Twitch is starting to catch up to a little bit with like the stickers. You can do bitwise alterations to chat that YouTube's kind of had for a little while, which just makes sense. I feel like because Twitch has been around longer, Twitch can just, whatever YouTube decides to do that might be different, Twitch will just do that too to keep up. Whereas YouTube's having a harder time keeping up or catching up to Twitch. But the one thing that I thought was a little bit frustrating when I started, and I double checked to see why it was, and it's just temporary, is I only have 5 emoji right now on YouTube. And I have a lot more emoji on Twitch. And I wanted to bring up emoji too because I wanted to plug that donation goal in the top. You don't have to donate, but if you feel like you're of the means or you just want to gift some subs and stuff, anything, including gifted subs, stuff on YouTube, stuff on Twitch, it all goes into this pool and it all eventually becomes revenue. Whoa, I'm so sorry, microphone. Revenue for that to fill. Everything, all filters, Discord subs, everything goes into that. And once a month in the middle of the month, I update that on the stuff that's not automated in the tracker. The tracker only automates on donations through Streamlabs. So if you're not doing that, then it doesn't move up on its own. Or I think Bits might move it too, but nothing on YouTube moves it. So yeah, I have to move it on its own once a month, and I do so. That thing unlocks emoji up to every empty emoji slot on Twitch, not on YouTube. YouTube's 5 of 5 right now. But on Twitch, we have more empty slots. And because it's Wednesday, and I said every Wednesday for a while because you filled the bar almost halfway, we have some emoji that I can release on a bit-by-bit basis. And a new one has dropped since last week when we had the Phoenix Wright objection emoji duo drop. So if those of you who are tier 1 subs want to take a peek and play around with that, there's a new emoji in the emoji slot. It's called KEKW. So I found out on YouTube, the thing that's holding back the emoji is memberships. So at some point, when we get enough traction on YouTube and we get 2 active memberships at the same time, I double my emoji set. Instantly doubled. So it's not a permanent thing. As we continue to grow on YouTube, it will happen. Not spontaneously. It does have to happen based on experience. The user experience. Folks have to come in and drop the memberships and all that. But I'm also not the sort that will pander to asking for those things. We'll wait and see what happens with whom, and as it happens, then stuff will unlock. It'll be a good time. That is a story. Should I do the jumping in Discord now? If you want. I don't think anybody's heard you jump into Discord yet. Is that correct? If today's that day, feel free to share your story. If not, that's fine too. Don't let me pressure you just because I'm live. Twitch told Akumu that you can clip now. What is going on? Why are you just now being informed? Although I don't know. Have you ever clipped a clip on my channel? I don't know that you're a clip maker sort. I'm not a clip maker sort. I let funny moments go by and then I rarely clip them. But every once in a while, especially if it's like a newer streamer, somebody I don't know that well, I'll clip them to sort of like make a deeper connection, invest in people in a free way. Yeah. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Although you're just a skosh quiet in my ears, so I'm going to turn you up a bit so everybody else can hear you well in the mix. Speak again.
Hello.
Better. Better. So, the story of how you ended up moving in so soon on your first date?
Yeah, so it's a little misnomer of first date because we had met several times because he was actually a coworker of my brother-in-law, and so therefore part of our gaming group because he forced him to be.
Gotcha.
So I knew him through there, but I was actually pseudo dating someone else that was also part of our group, but kind of on the down low. So nobody else knew about it. And it was 22 years ago, actually almost to the day. What was it? Well, backing up, it was back up to the Thanksgiving weekend. So on Thanksgiving weekend, my sister had called me to inform me that we were not going to be gaming that weekend because like everybody was kind of busy and he was driving up to where he was from, and she had made a comment about him maybe trying to get back together with his ex-fiance. And I made an offhanded comment that, oh good, there's a man in Southern California that has a job, isn't afraid of commitment, and likes children, because he'd shown that he liked my sister's child. And she took that to be, oh, she wants to date him. So she immediately started telling me all the reasons why I should not date him. Not
course.
known to me at the time, my brother-in-law immediately called him and told him all the reasons he should date me. And then they swapped and called the opposite person to do the same thing. So they were working against each other.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So I just thought
there was a
that
war,
hilarious.
right? A war for your attentions.
So I thought that was hilarious. And this is important because that, like, there was a foundation there. It wasn't like I met a dude on the internet and just moved in with him.
Right.
So fast forward to almost 22 years ago to the day, my sister had dragged us to a church function, and neither of us were church people. And we proceeded to spend the entire time kind of making snide remarks about it and going, I'd rather be drinking or watching a movie or whatever. And we kind of had this moment where we were, when everybody bows their head right before they're supposed to eat and everybody's supposed to be praying, I used to do this thing where I'd look around to see what other people were doing because it was hilarious what they were doing versus actually praying.
Mm-hmm.
you know, some people are balancing their checkbooks. Kids are usually like stealing food or picking their nose or something. You know, it's just funny to watch. Anyway, I accidentally made eye contact with my now husband, and we both looked down going, oh crap, we were caught. And so afterwards, when we all went to leave, the guy I was pseudo dating was with us, and we had no commitments between us, but I thought he was going to ask me if, you know, I wanted to hang out afterwards, but he didn't say anything. So when my husband said, hey, you want to go get drunk and watch a movie? I'm like, okay. So we go to the liquor store. He buys the alcohol because I was not 21 at the time.
Mhm.
And we go back to his place and we're watching a movie. And all of a sudden he looks at me and goes, nope, I'm going to be a good person. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, hey, your sister would kill me. But, you know, I wanted to kiss you right now. And I was like, well, that's a point in your favor. And then the conversation was like, oh, I should stop drinking because I need to go home. Also, interesting fact, he only lived like 2 blocks from my parents' house, which was where I was living at the time. So it wasn't like I was like all that far from home. I could have just walked home if I wanted to. So I felt really safe. So it was just like, I should stop drinking so I can go home. And he was like, well, you don't have to go home. So every morning for the next, I felt like that whole scene in the Dread Pirate Roberts with like the whole, you know, I could kill you in the morning.
Right.
So every morning it was, okay, have fun at work. And then every afternoon it was, are you coming over? Do you want me to come over? And then every night it was, I should stop drinking or I should leave or whatever. And it was, well, you don't have to go home. So I sort of accidentally moved in, and it wasn't until like 2 weeks later before we both just realized like I was never, like, I was always just living there. I just didn't move my stuff in because I hated his roommate. He kind of hated his roommate too, so we ended up moving him out to a friend's house and then into my house, which was basically just moving him 1 block and then moving him the other block. And for some reason, my parents were in love with him, even though, like, yeah, he ticked my boxes, but he should have ticked their boxes of like, no, my daughter shouldn't be dating him.
Yeah, that's
So, yeah.
interesting.
It was just very odd. And then 11 months later, we were engaged, and then 11 months after that, we were married.
Oh, something special with the number 11 there.
Yeah, it was an accident though, because 11 months later was my 21st birthday, and he proposed on that trip. Though it was sort of like it was almost an accidental proposal because he made a joke because we were in Vegas, but then it turned out the joke wasn't a joke.
Oh.
And then I was like, wait, you weren't kidding? Oh, okay. Sure. and then 11 months later after that was just a convenient date on the calendar that fell within like my paradigm as far as when I wanted to get, like, the season I wanted to get married in and what was available at the venue that we had found. And also an ironic date because it's a famous date that now I'm a little annoyed that I picked because I was thinking to myself, oh, this will blow over eventually, and it hasn't. So
now I'm intrigued.
So now I have to listen to, you should know what my, it's also exactly a month before my birthday, so I always figure that if he ever screws up our anniversary, he can't forget my birthday because it's exactly a month later.
Wait, what's the? Now I'm trying to think and remember.
Does my
Off the
friend
top
of
of my
many,
head.
many years not remember what my birthday is?
I do when my phone tells me when it is.
And then exactly the month before should be really obvious about what that date is.
I'm also trying not to die in a video game, but
I know, I'm watching it. Well, my birthday falls within my favorite holiday month.
right, it's early October, right?
Mid October. Well,
Mid.
early to mid October. what happened a month before that. Everybody else has figured it out by now. Sure.
What happened? What's interesting in September?
Okay, don't think of September as September. Think of September as 9.
Oh. Wait, you're the 11th? Your birthday?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why do I have trouble remembering that? I have a lot of friends whose birthday is the 3rd. I think that's part of it. But now I will never forget because I was put on blast in a capacity where I couldn't stop and peek at my phone and cheat.
It's great because I was trying to be vague for your like stream, and then like that just led to me shaming you.
No, that's good. I appreciate it. My brain deserves to be shamed when I don't remember stuff because it's so.
It makes me feel
it's
less
so rare.
bad about completely derailing, like completely going on the chain of derailing what this stream was about.
Not at all. The only thing that would make me feel really bad, and of course you can cheat because nobody's watching you play a video game live on the internet, is I wouldn't feel as bad if you also couldn't, off the top of your head, recall my birthday.
I had it in my head when I was shaming you, and now it's gone out of my head, and I hate you.
I love that. Thank you. That makes me feel so much better.
I can cheat though and look it up.
True.
But I won't.
Okay. It's enough. I don't need you to know it. In fact, it's never been a requirement for friendship. Not least of which because I don't like people to feel like there's some sort of obligate thing that happens when
I know you're in my calendar though,
I get
and I know
older.
I've said happy birthday to you like on every
Oh yeah.
single
Oh yeah.
birthday.
Yeah. Your
And I
phone
always-
reminding you is enough for me. I would never make somebody remember trivia about me as a criterion for friendship. Just doesn't make any sense.
You can tell if I care because I will make it a point not to do the obligatory Facebook post. I will actually text you or send you a private message.
Yeah. I very much appreciate that.
That is how you can tell the difference between my caring level
Yeah.
or whether I actually have your cell phone number. But
That's fair too. Yeah.
as for things I hate that other people don't, Coconut, the beach, Taylor Swift's music, not her, but just her music.
Okay. I don't think that's terrible. Music
Boy
is
bands in
so
general.
specific anyway. But Coconut?
Well, I figured that one out though. So I used to not understand why I hated Coconut and everybody else didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And I found out that I'm allergic to coconut, so coconut tastes like cleaner to me.
That's
Like
I mean
409 smells.
that's probably one of the best allergy stories I think I've heard in my life though. Because most people I know that have an allergy also for some awful reason, for some non-survivorist evolution to their bodies, they love the thing that they're allergic to.
Oh no, I have like, it's not lactose intolerance, but some sort of intolerance to something in dairy.
Mm-hmm.
And no, I just ate ice cream earlier today and I'm gonna regret it. And I really miss lettuce.
Lettuce.
I'm allergic to lettuce and I really miss it. So every once in a while I will eat some sort of salad. Usually I stave it off with like a spinach salad or something.
Mm-hmm.
But every once in a while I'm like, I pulled off most of the lettuce. Also, even though I am allergic to fish eggs, I will still go to the sushi restaurants that I know are bad at keeping the fish eggs off of my sushi, and I will still order sushi. That one could kill me someday.
Yeah,
but
I feel
when I
like
try
seafood is one
I-
of those things you don't mess with, right?
Yeah, well, I'm not allergic to any kind of seafood besides fish eggs. So it's just and so I know better than to order like roe or anything. And it's gonna kill me that I can never try caviar. It looks disgusting, but everybody says it's awesome, and I really want to try it, but I can't try it because that will kill me.
Yeah.
But like the little dots of like masago, like when they like roll your, they sprinkle it on top of your sushi.
Oh yeah, I love that.
that makes me not be able to breathe. And depending on how much of it I eat, like, will depend on how long I can't breathe for. So I can only imagine that if I had like a full roll of it or a full piece of it, then I'd probably end up in the hospital with anaphylactic. But
Yeah, that's
I've
not
never
good.
I've never failed to that extreme.
Okay.
One place thought they were doing something special for me and left it on one of my rolls, but put fish on top of it, so I didn't see it until I'd eaten a piece.
That's real special, especially
Oh, yeah.
dangerous. Jeez. We're just going to hide this known allergen.
But
As
it's
a
not
treat.
a known allergen is the problem. Like, all the things I'm allergic to are very, like, rare allergies.
I suppose that's
literally,
true.
Every single time I have, like, waitresses staring at me with, like, death glares of, like, oh, she just doesn't like it. And I'll
Right.
fully admit when I'm like, okay, no lettuce because I'm allergic to that, but, like, no onion because I just don't want it, like, raw on my burger.
Oh, I used to tell
and they
people.
just, like, look, like, weird.
Yeah, I used to tell people I was allergic to cilantro, which I don't know has ever been a thing in history of humankind, but I didn't like the flavor enough that I never wanted to taste it. And if I told people I was allergic, maybe they would believe it.
So there's actually a gene that
Makes it taste like
you-
soap, right?
Yeah. So one of my kids' friends, it has that gene. Like, actually has that gene, and they told me that they also have the gene that makes ants smell like bananas.
What? That
Yeah.
sounds kind of fun
apparently
though.
that's a thing. I looked it up, and it's a thing. Like, some people just think that ants smell like bananas, and cilantro does taste like soap to a lot of people. So that almost makes me wonder if certain foods that we all are like, I hate this thing, why does everybody love it? It's not because, like, we literally experience that thing differently than other people.
Yeah.
So, like, I always just thought that I hated the taste of coconut, and I do. I hate the way it tastes to me, but that's because it tastes like 409 smells, not because it tastes terrible to everybody else. I'm not sure I could get over the texture of it, but
It's a weird texture, and I think textural eaters generally don't like coconut, whether it's fresh, old and dried, or anything. It's every texture of
But I have
coconut's
other
a weird.
things that I don't like the texture of that I don't mind consuming either the fake or the liquid of, like watermelon. Watermelon I like the flavor of in like drinks and candies and stuff, but I can't stand eating it.
Okay.
Just something about the texture of it. And pineapple too. Pineapple I don't mind in things. So I think the reason why I didn't used to think I liked pineapple is because a lot of the things that it's in are also containing coconut, so it kind of like tainted my view of pineapple and really all the tropical things.
Interesting.
Which makes me wonder if that's also why I hate the beach, besides the fact that I will turn into a lobster if I'm under the sunlight for longer than 2 minutes.
It's all the tropicality.
It's all the tropicalness just made me hate tropicalness.
Yeah. Let me catch up on chat. It's been just a second. And I see some older chats that are decaying. I apologize, guys. Troa says, oh, the Magoo line, a Magoo in the morning. Reference to an old cartoon, Mr. Magoo. I'm not that old to not know Mr. Magoo. He's being depicted as borderline somnambulist when he wakes up till he does his routine and puts on his glasses, which is the first time his eyes actually open. I guess I don't remember that part of it. I remember him just like bumbling around in the world and not being able to see, but, you know, having incredible, like, crazy luck. Like Inspector Gadget would later be a Mr. Magoo character, right? They borrow from that trope multiple times down the line. Damien, I got a new interface and I've been working on programming drums and shit. Hope you're ready for a collab. This is the year for us to start on music again. I've started an article with Oz and another collaborator who is secret right now to get music into your ears as early as next year. So, yeah, stay excited about that because music is always fun. I cannot wait to make music with Yeti. Yeti's music is fantastic. My streak is back to 1. Twitch has got to get their shit together, Troy. I don't know what to say except they do you dirty every single time. I'm terrible with birthdays. That phones exist for a reason, and before phones, it was always something else, right? The paper calendar, sticky note, anything. Write it on your hand. Get it tattooed on your body. Some people tattoo like their kids' birthdays on their body, and I'm like, makes me wonder, do you do this because you think one day you're going to actually forget their birthday? Because no shame. Like, really, I know people that forget their kids' favorite foods or allergic foods or whatever, and it's no shame as long as you got it down somewhere and you don't screw it up.
My dad forgets my birthday.
Yeah, well, that's probably less like just a okay adult parent sort of thing, and maybe more something else there. But usually
That's a different conversation.
that's a different conversation. Yeah, usually I think it's not a big deal when somebody forgets that kind of stuff. It's whatever. I blame two things: having 9 siblings. How can you? Yeah, very few of us have to remember that much data just in our families alone. So I fully get that. Actually, I lied. I'm going to do this one next because we have a DPS to level up, and why not take a DPS queue when we can? 9 siblings, trying to keep track of whose where was a chore. My birthday not really being a thing since it's Christmas Eve. His birthday's never seemed a big deal, so I never keep track. I can understand that. I can understand all of that. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I'm allergic to cats, but I adore them. Yeah. Well, it understands why you have puppers. You seem like you could also be into cats too and maybe have a mixed family, but not if they're going to kill you. The Yeti is amazing. Yeti is one of my favorite people that exists on this planet. Not going to lie. A newer friend, but not that that matters. Newness doesn't create your worth in my world. I'm completely going the wrong direction. Yeah, I was going to say earlier, I've definitely never heard of an allergy to lettuce before. Do all your allergies sort of work the same way? Sort of like make things harder to breathe or get you hives or... I don't have...
There are multiple different ways my allergies work. I found that my fish egg allergy, is the only one I'd equate with anaphylaxis. Normal people would consider a full-on allergy.
Mm-hmm.
My coconut allergy is a flavor thing. I literally thought it was poisoned once because somebody used coconut oil. But if it touches my skin, it feels like a second-degree burn or a first-degree burn. It's definitely a chemical burn. It's like the other day I made a vegan cake for my father-in-law, and I used coconut oil, and I had to get it off of the spoon. And idiot me used my finger, and I felt like I had a like I had touched a habanero pepper to my finger.
That's sort of like deep skin burn.
Yeah, only it wasn't showing on the skin. Other times, if I've used a product with coconut oil in it, I get I break out in these little white dots all over my hands or all over wherever it was that I used it.
Like suntan lotion and stuff sometimes has coconut oils in it, right? Or different lotions.
Oh my god, my sister's been obsessed with new she's been obsessed with body scrubs and fancy soaps and stuff lately.
Mm-hmm.
So every birthday and Christmas and whatever, she's been sending me bath stuff and soaps and stuff, and literally every single one, I look at it, I look at the ingredients and sigh, and then I give it to somebody else because I can't use it. and then I tell her, and then she's like, shoot. But I can't really blame her because there's I looked it up, and there's 10 different names for coconut-based chemicals that they use in these things.
I see.
So it's really hard to keep up with. I literally have to Google it anytime I'm looking for something fancy.
I'm guessing they're not related words either. It's since different based on the processing or the outcome of it.
They almost always have cocoa in there somewhere, but some of them, since there's also cocoa butter from the cocoa plant,
mm-hmm.
it's hard to know which. Yeah, so I always have to Google it to make sure if it's not one I'm used to seeing. But that's also why I have to be so OCD about what my bath products are. Like one time we couldn't find the shampoo that I always used. And so my husband had gone to the store and gotten something that was similar. And I did not have a problem with it. I didn't think that there was anything wrong until I used it. And then literally the next day, like I was looking at my hands and they were just like so itchy and they had like white dots all over them. And I was like, what the heck? And it wasn't until I still didn't know I was allergic to coconut until later that same year. I had eaten somewhere and I thought I had been poisoned because it tasted like I had eaten 409. Like, you
Ugh.
remember the old, like the stuff that your grandma used to like clean stuff that like
Yeah.
would strip paint off of anything? Yeah, that's what my mouth tasted like. I thought I had ingested like bleach or something.
Jeez.
And so I thought I was going to die. I was like, do I need to call like Center for Disease Control? Like, have I been poisoned? What is happening? And then I had my husband taste it and he's like, no, this tastes normal. And then we found out that they had used coconut oil instead of like vegetable oil or whatever to fry it in. And I was like, oh, it all makes sense now. Because my dad had also one year had run out of regular rum, and I always put rum in my yams and at Thanksgiving time. So he had given me the special coconut rum he had gotten from the Caribbean. And I was like, okay, well, it'll be covered up by the yam taste. And I didn't really care for yams too much. I just like to cook them for other people. So I really didn't eat them. But he had me take a shot of it with him, you know, while I was cooking it. And I was like, I can put up with rum once. I didn't even think about the coconut taste.
Oh no.
And I could not scrape it off my tongue. Like, I was like, how do I get it out of my mouth? And the lettuce one makes me feel like, so you've all been around cats, so you'll probably understand. It makes me feel like a cat with a hairball. Literally, if I have one little shred of lettuce, like the shredded lettuce they put at Subway, if they try to scrape it off and they miss one little piece,
Yeah.
I will throw up everything I've eaten for the last like 3 hours.
Damn.
Like my body just goes, nope. It just
Yeah.
purges everything. And it's not fun because it's not like a normal, like you get sick and you throw it up and then you feel better because you got out the allergen.
Uh-huh.
Like my body just goes, nope, we're just gonna sit here and you're going to like
Suffer.
get tight and then you're just gonna keep trying to get it out.
Oh,
And I
that's
was like,
awful.
this sucks. But each one is slightly different. And then just not lactose, but like whatever it is in milk. I can eat cheese. And I can eat processed milk. Like, so I can have Alfredos and like cooked milk.
Okay.
I'm better with 2% milk than I am with whole milk or fat-free. I can't have yogurt. So yogurt's another one that I was like, why the hell? Like, does everybody like yogurt so much? No, can't have yogurt. Can't have whole milk. Can't have 2%. Don't know why.
Wow.
There's something in there. And that one just makes me uncomfortable the way everybody else is uncomfortable with lactose. So yeah, all of the allergies are just a hair different. But I kind of see them as like, there's the allergies that make you feel uncomfortable or make you annoyed for a while. And then there's the ones that'll send you to the hospital. And I only have one of the ones that'll send me to the hospital, as far as I know.
That's good at least in its own
Yeah.
way.
The lettuce one was actually developed after I had a surgery on my stomach. So, one of the nurses told me that everyone who has that surgery develops some random allergy afterwards.
That's weird.
They're all different. Like, it's just your body just picks something at random. It's like you spun a wheel. I was just happy because she told me that she was allergic to bacon. And I went, oh, for the love of God, please don't let it land there. And yeah, no, I'm safe.
Good. The bacon's still okay.
Yeah, the bacon is still okay. But no, she was like, yeah, that's what I developed. I'm like, oh, okay. So I landed on lettuce, and I can live without lettuce, but it does make me sad sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's amazing how things that sometimes we think that we hate that everybody else likes. It turns out it's just because we actually perceive it differently because of an allergy, or you hear hear a tone different than other people do.
Yeah. Interesting. I never thought about it that way, but that's probably it. Is our tongues or ears or whatever have like a completely different neurology. We're wired.
I never realized how often that actually happens, but I was reading a website called Not Always Right the other day, and somebody had posted a story about how they worked in like a smoothie shop, and some guy had come in and asked for a smoothie without banana, and she was like, "Oh, are you allergic to banana, or do you just not like it?" And he's like, "Oh, I just don't like it." And she kept talking and saying that, like, "Oh, I asked because my boyfriend's allergic to banana, so he doesn't like having it in his smoothies because apparently it tastes like something." And he was like, "Never mind, I take it back. I'm allergic to banana." So the more you learn.
Yeah. Troa says, cats, my throat swells and closes, but it's only certain breeds. Interesting. I wonder if it's like more, because it's supposed to be a dander thing. Like they lick themselves, their saliva gets around and then goes off whenever
Did you know that
they
certain
shed.
breeds of cats and dogs, their fur is more akin to hair than it is to fur.
Interesting. Yeah. Sometimes first time I stop by a friend's house, it's no issue. Others I can tell in a couple minutes and just suddenly run outside. That's a little bit alarming. Doc says it's the dander. I think if the cat stops licking though, then the dander wouldn't become an issue. If I remember right. Not like
I don't know. I feel
the
like
cat
if they
expert.
still shedded, like if they shed, then
Well, I don't know that the shedding. I guess for some people it could be the hair too.
I know there's some dogs that are hypoallergenic just because their fur is more hair-like, but I don't know about cats.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Google it is.
Seems it's most common with long hair breeds, but not always. Okay.
No, there are no fully hypoallergenic cats, but some breeds are better for people with allergies than others.
Interesting.
Apparently, like Russian blues, their breed has a dense coat that traps allergens close to the skin.
That makes sense. We have one of those. And yeah, she's just built different from other cats.
Devon Rex, short-haired breed that has a wavy coat that doesn't shed. Cornish Rex, the breed, has less hair than other breeds. It also has a downy bottom, so it captures anything close to the skin.
Downy bottom. This is funny.
I tried not to giggle while I was reading.
It sounds like a good name for a cat, especially a cat with a downy bottom.
No, this one's better. La Perm.
La Perm.
Yeah.
Nice.
This breed has fewer layers of fur than other breeds do.
But does it have a glorious perm? That's my.
It should. It should. It doesn't look like it has enough fur to have a glorious perm.
There are like curly-haired cats, right? I'm not
There are.
misremembering this.
I think there are. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Balinese have a long silky coat that produces less of the FeL-D1 protein. Apparently, it's a big part of allergies.
I feel like it's always proteins that get us. Proteins have a way of writing stuff in the human body that we don't expect to have happen. And so if we're not cautious about the type of proteins that we get ourselves around, suddenly weird, bad human things happen to us that we didn't expect.
You know, the statement about proteins made me think of a joke, but it's a completely non sequitur because that's how the way my brain works.
Oh, go for it. We're non sequitur here. That's what we've built.
You know that the type of bird that delivers babies is a stork.
Yes.
Do you know what type of bird prevents babies?
Can't think of anything witty off the top of my head, but go ahead, lay it on me.
Swallow.
It's
Which made me think of protein, which is how I got
a
here.
good source of protein.
Anyway.
Yeah. Troy says it seems the most common with long hair breeds, but not always. Did I already read that? I feel like I read that out loud already. Yeah, I've been researching for personal interest because I've met somebody that I didn't think I would meet in my lifetime. The carnivore diet, which is a protein-only diet. They make some really interesting assertions, and I think what somebody did when concocting this diet is they looked at all of the science in the last X number of years as far as what the human body needs, and basically said, if I haven't seen a recent study on this, then I'm going to claim the opposite and hope that nobody will get on my case to try to prove myself right or wrong, and we'll just see how this goes. It's sort of how it felt.
I had a friend on the carnivore diet, and he was like 400 pounds, and he kept gaining weight after he was on it. But I think one of the problems with that diet is that it's built on some sound science, but most of the people who follow it just want the excuse to be able to eat as much meat as they possibly can.
Right.
Because my friend that was on it, instead of just eating, like if you picture your plate of food, instead of just eating the meat on his plate and stopping there, he would fill up all the spots that he would normally fill with carbs and vegetables with meat.
Oh.
And I'm like, what? You're doubling the amount of meat that you're consuming, and you're wondering why you're not losing weight. If you ate meat and maybe just a hair more to fill yourself up rather than consuming carbs and the other things, perhaps you'd actually fall within the science and start losing weight.
Right.
But he didn't listen to me.
Yeah, there's definitely an issue with satiety, I think, because so many of us were sort of raised around a certain type of diet that you take away some of that stuff, and the only thing we can think of is sort of like overcompensate by having more and more meat, more calories to sort of fill in that hole in our soul that's not being filled by the love affair that we've made with carbohydrates that we probably shouldn't be so crazy about. But
Yeah.
the biggest thing that I wonder about is they've talked about things like maybe the human body doesn't need as much vitamin C and fiber as we thought previously, but I don't see the science that supports those claims. I also don't see the science that necessarily recently agrees with that, so I think that's where the carnivore diet sort of is able to step in and make bigger claims. Is they found things that aren't well supported right now, so they're like, well, we can just say the body does not need vitamin C almost at all, and you can't prove us wrong, which is true. But they also,
I don't think the human body is understood as well as they like to claim that it is.
Right.
Because
well, I think that
some people thrive on things that other people don't.
That's true, and I think that's true on both ends of the spectrum. It's not just the people who have diets that normies think are like absolutely insane and you're some weird conspiracy theorist and that's not how the human body works. Those people probably also don't know that well how the human body works. And we're not, our level of science about what we know about the human body is, it's not quite fully there. And or where it is there, the random people that cite what we think we know about things are probably wrong too. I'm just thinking about how people have been about pasteurizing and raw milk lately. Have you heard any of this sort of like trend? It's big in conservative spaces where people are sort of stepping in and deciding whatever the government and FDA have said about food safety and making sure everything's pasteurized and killed so that it's able to be consumed by humans, that's like a conspiracy to keep us from all the nutrients and healthy raw foods. And so they're going back to older agrarian practices for their eggs and dairy because they feel like the government's completely off base.
And they're trying to sneak like things into our food under the guise of it being healthier. Yeah, I heard a lot about that recently.
Oh yeah, now you're in my Discord.
My
You can
son was
actually hear those things.
Getting rid of GMOs, and I was laughing to myself, going, I'm not sure you understand all of the words that you are spouting right now on Facebook, but sure.
Yeah. GMOs are a funny one since we've had some sort of modification in foods for a very, very long time.
And it's a very broad term.
Can you hear that alert too? The Nico intro in Discord? Just curious of how I've done on my audio routing. It's great.
I heard it through Discord.
There
and I
used
heard
to,
it through my phone.
back in the old days, back before I had this wonderful mixer device, people would just talk over the alerts because they had no idea that somebody had come into chat or that something effective in an event had occurred. And it could be hard to hear that person talk then. So we're living in a new era.
I'm actually hearing everything better through Discord than I do through my phone because YouTube apparently has decided to play advertisements every like 30 seconds on my thing.
Ew. Gross. I mean, I was working for that monetization, but not like that.
I think it's just something weird about my YouTube because I realized that I had a account with YouTube that I had forgotten that I had, and then it ran out, which was why I was so surprised. I was suddenly seeing advertisements on your feed.
Yeah.
Because I was paying for it to not be there.
Right. You thought you were one of the elite that shouldn't have to worry about that.
Yeah. I am one of the elite. Why don't they know it?
Nico says, "Oh my god, don't get dead." Did I die? Haven't died this whole raid. Actually remember most of these fights. Because this was endgame for me for some time. It's all the ones that are based around the 12 that I'm definitely much more prone to dying to. Nico, how are we doing tonight? Kaistiana, Nico, and I work together. He got me my job back in the day. And he's also an amazing streamer as well.
Hey, Nico.
He's a good bean.
Ask me about Sevastopol safety protocols.
Wait, maybe this guy doesn't care. Let's go say hello. Excuse me, sir?
This could require my attention.
Oh god! Fucking hell. I thought he was nice.
You thought wrong. Next question is, did that clip actually play through in Discord?
It did.
Wow. We really are
And
living in
as
a...
far as I can tell, most of your community is good beans. Well, they might all be good beans. I just don't have evidence of it yet. But the ones that I've interacted with are awesome.
We could talk. There's always a little bit of drama here and there, but for the most part, everybody's pretty amazing. We've worked hard to curate this community, though, too. There were a couple folks who have stepped in here and there and have done our community a disservice, but they generally don't hang around for long. I don't know if that's social pressure that happens behind the scenes, and I'm not privy to it. And like you all are being bullies behind my back, which is fine. I mean, you're allowed to be. I'm not going to police your every move, but some folks that were maybe an ill fit for what we were doing here have gone the way of the dodo. I remember one person in particular who was a streamer. She came in on a discourse night when we were still doing the live panel shows. and she wasn't a streamer I knew. Nobody in the community knew her, but she decided that she wanted to join the panel, get on camera, and get on voice with all of us and ask us questions. But she wasn't interested in the topic we were discussing. She just wanted to ask us random questions like, if you could dream about your favorite place, or I don't know, just weird, sounded like stuff off of a popsicle stick kind of questions. And then she just started going off on her sexy times with her husband, because I think drunk her thought it would be really hot to get a bunch of people's reactions to her sharing very intimate stories about how things are in her household, specifically in her bedroom. And we did such a good job. Everybody in the community, Yeti was there too. I don't know if Yeti remembers this particular night, but we both just sort of gave her the most blank, boring reactions to everything she had to say, and made her feel really odd that she would even talk about that kind of stuff. We're like, oh, okay, cool. Well, hey, that's great. Good for you. Yeah, you and your husband sound like you really like each other. Good, right on. And we're just really milquetoast and empty about it, when I think she was expecting, I don't know, anything else. It was really funny, and she never came back.
That's the best way to deal with people like that. Because all they want is attention.
Yeah, and I mean, I took drama in high school. I know exactly which people are interested in like learning the craft of being an actor and trying to live inside of the role in somebody's head as a different person, and who just wasn't loved enough by mommy and daddy. They just really need eyes on them. So you get a sixth sense for that kind of thing.
Yeah, and we had plenty of examples of it throughout the years.
Mm-hmm. Emerald Isle too. Plenty of folks that were just there for the attention.
Oh yeah. I was there for the attention.
You got better.
I did. I got better.
Okay, I have to pay attention for a second here. Align current vitals with specific multiples. Calibrate vitals to multiples of 5. I have 2 health. Now I have 5 health. I did the thing. Bless me. What's the next thing? Calibrate to multiples of 3. I still have 2 health. We must touch the 1. Now we have 3 health. This is the most math this game makes you do. But it's important to pay attention. Nico says, good. Did some EX3 prog, now doing Sin County stuff. Fun. How's it going in Sin County? Are you mostly doing ranch work still these days? Sin County is, for the unknowing of what the heck that name means or whatnot, it is a Red Dead Redemption 2 mod community for people who are interested in role-playing, just like GTA 5 made. So GTA 5 was the first Rockstar game to do this. Huge role-playing community that plays GTA 5 just for role-playing. And then they tried it in the Red Dead world, and it took off. And there are a few servers that stand out as big wins. One of them happens to be Sin County. It happens to be one that Nico got several of us to get interested in and try out for ourselves, and we all fell in love and spent way too much time in. And Nico's still living that life, which I'm proud of you. If I had more time in my life, and if it was a streamable thing that people would watch more than just other Sin County streamers, I would probably play a lot more Sin County every day. Horse training and ranch work. Okay. Which pays better? Ranch work pays better, right? Horse training takes a long time, I would expect. The crew I joined up with used the ranch as a front. Oh, you're one of those groups. Organized organized, good people, good, happy, kind, law-abiding citizens, right? But well organized. They're like mob bosses. Oh, never mind. You said the quiet part out loud. So earlier, Kaisiana, you mentioned rum in yams. And while I'm not a big yam fan, I'd be really curious to try, I'm gonna die, rum in a yam. How do you make something like that happen?
So for my candied yams that even I will eat now that I don't use coconut rum.
Yeah.
So I take yams. I can either do fresh if I boil them and do all the things, or I'll take like the canned ones and pour out all the crap that's inside the can. And then I put them in a pan with some brown sugar, some dark rum, like the spiced rum, like Captain Morgan. Though lately I've been using something that's called like Bambao or something. I don't know. One of my friends had it. Her husband bought it for him or for her, and she didn't care for it, so I've just been using that. I use kind of whatever's laying around because I don't tend to drink rum too much.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I kind of boil it in that with some maple syrup, some brown sugar. Sometimes I'll add a little bit of water. It depends on how many yams I'm using and how drunk I want to get people.
So that is a thing, though, right? So that it's actually a buzzed food. It's not just for a flavor profile.
It depends. If I only add like half rum to water mixture, then it completely burns off. But if I use only rum as the liquid ingredient, then it doesn't entirely boil off.
I see.
And then and sometimes I'll add some spices like cinnamon or just like pumpkin pie spice, depending on how sweet I want to make it. Kind of depends on who I'm making it for. And then if most of the people that I know that like it have me add nuts, so I'll either add pecans or walnuts, depending on, again, who I'm making it for. And then once I have the yams to kind of like a mashed potatoes consistency, I put them in a pan, and then I put the nuts on top, and then I put just a little drizzle of maple syrup on top, and not like the Aunt Jemima maple syrup, the like real stuff from Canada. And then
the high octane stuff.
Yeah, and then depending on when I made it, I might heat it in the oven for a little bit before I put the marshmallows on. But if I just made it on the stove, then I'll add the marshmallows, brown them in the oven, and then they're done.
That sounds really amazing.
Oddly, it's actually vegan because I make sure to use like the vegan
marshmallows
sugar. Which, did you know that there's some sugars that aren't vegan? What the hell?
That's weird. No, I did not know. How do they sneak animal into our sugar?
Because when you're processing it, when they're making it into coarse sugar or they're turning it into brown sugar and processing it with the molasses, they will sometimes use something that's based in bone shards, like fish bone shards, kind of like what they use in gelatin during the processing process. So that makes it not vegan.
Wow. I know you said
it's very strict.
I know you said coarse sugar, but my brain absolutely for half a second heard horse sugar. And I was like, well, there's your problem right there. You're adding horse to the mix.
I don't know why, but I always associate molasses with horses. So, like, I wouldn't doubt that I may have said that. But yeah, they use whatever is the same stuff that they use in, like, gelatins, like the fish bone stuff. And so they use that to process all sorts of things, which is news to me because when you read something that just has an ingredient that says sugar, you sort of assume that that's a vegan thing.
Yeah.
And, but now it makes a whole lot more sense why apparently a lot of things that just say generic natural flavoring, or if they have sugar in them, and you're wondering why they don't have a vegan stamp or they specifically say not vegan, that could very well be why.
Wow.
Yeah, I've had to learn all this because since my father-in-law is vegan, but I love to bake and like make people happy, so I will learn how to make like my normal recipes vegan just so that he doesn't feel left out during family events like Thanksgiving or as I call it, Turkey Day, and other things. So I will go out of my way to specifically make him things that are vegan. Also, my mom's diabetic, so I've learned how to make things diabetic and vegan. And now, because of my children's friends, gluten-free and other allergen-free, and not have them taste terrible. And I proudly can now say that I've made a vegan pumpkin cheesecake. So that one that you saw on Discord
Was vegan.
No, that one wasn't vegan, but I remade it as vegan.
Oh, nice.
It came out a little different. It's a little darker, and it baked weird. That's the only thing I can say for vegan stuff is it bakes weird.
Yeah. Well, I think a number of things too. You just have to sort of come to peace with the fact that it's going to be a different food, right? It's not ever going to be exactly what you expect it to be from the animal kingdom.
That's true, but you can get things to taste either very similar or come out as a similar texture, but never both.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the cheesecake was just weird because like I was already trying to come to terms with how recipes describe how a cheesecake, like when a cheesecake is done when it's in the oven. Like I've never read a recipe before and tells cheesecakes that actually literally tells you it's done when it jiggles, not when it ripples. So if it ripples, it's not done. If it jiggles, it's done. And I'm like, what the heck does that mean? I had to watch 10 different YouTube videos to find out what that meant. And it now all makes sense now that I've made one. The
Okay.
vegan cheesecake didn't do that. it did the jiggle thing, but it like the crust kind of it starts to develop on top. Doesn't develop in the same places that it does. Like it almost does it in the opposite order. Like a regular cheesecake starts from the outside and then works its way in, whereas the vegan one worked its way out, like from the center. So I think I over baked it, but I got close enough. He said it was good.
All right. Nico says ranching is steady income. Horses provide a ton of bonus income. Oh, okay. So you've got the perfect mix of both worlds. You get the horses, and it's a big boost to everything. And then whenever you don't have horses around, you at least have the ranch. If I'm understanding right. I make gyoza. I share. Teleportation required. I haven't solved for that one yet. But when I do, I'm coming over for gyoza. Although your gyoza probably is outside of my diet. We're still living the pescatarian life, but it's getting easier and easier in Georgia to do so. The ramen place that we found is completely pesca friendly. Everything that you can get with chicken or pork, you can also get with shrimp. So we're well set. Everything on the menu. And they make a good veggie ramen as well, which is important. I think veggie ramen can be kind of nasty or weird. I guess I don't really need these. But sometimes it's good. The only thing I don't like about vegetarian ramen, and I don't know why people love to do this, is put corn in it. I'm already sort of sketchy about corn because I feel like any industry that the U.S. has had to dump a ton of money into for decades, there's something weird going on there. I'm a little bit conspiratorial about corn, and I feel like there are probably a number of things that make us unhealthy because of our entire dependence on corn and corn products. Even fake sugars to get you away from high fructose corn syrup can sometimes be also made with corn. Like I think erythritol is a corn-based fake sugar. Anyway.
What are your feelings on cheese?
I can't give it up, and if I ever got lactose intolerant, I don't know what I would do. Fins
There's
and
literal.
cheese are like basically hand in hand.
Did you know because of the government, there's literal like caves of cheese
I heard about that.
underground?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that in Wisconsin, or am I just remembering Wisconsin as a cheese place? So I just put the cheese caves there in my brain.
I think that might be one of the places. I'm not 100% sure, but when old people make the comments about government cheese, that's because the government had poured so much money into the farmers to get them to create to generate so much milk and cheese. That's why there were all those commercials when we were children, or at least when I was a child, about like drink more milk and like happy cows and like eat your
Right.
cheese and you have to and strong or milk makes strong bones and crud like that. That's not even true. It was because the government was trying to get rid of all of the cheese that they had accidentally paid for or on purpose paid for, but not realizing how overboard they went. So they ended up having to bury the cheese
That's
to
wild.
get rid of it. Yep.
Was
So,
that during the
conspiracies.
Carter administration that they pushed for all this cheese to be made in the first place?
I think they started it during World War II, and it just like spiraled out of control for way too long
Hmm.
before they realized like what they had done, and it just and it didn't get cleaned up until like the 80s or something. Because I think the commercials were still going on, but I think they had stopped producing quite so much.
Yeah.
And government cheese was just the free cheese that they basically had to give out.
Tro says I can do seafood gyoza or veggie. Oh, nice. We'll be right over. If I could do a chicken teriyaki gyoza too, if we're taking orders for them. Creativity with food is just fun for me. Me too. Me too. When we have a kitchen again, which rumor has it is supposed to be not finishing this month per se, but starting this month after a year and 3 months of no kitchen at all, I do want to start on my own cookbook of recipes, which I have carefully set aside to start work on. They're recipes I've gleaned from various resources, sometimes websites, sometimes like I used to, in one of my older jobs, I worked in tech education. And in tech education, you almost, as a result of what that is, meet with a different demographic of people, generally older. And older people and recipes tend to go hand in hand. It's just something that you meet a young person, you say, do you have like a famous thing that you're known for making as far as food? And unless you're Castellana or Troa, the answer is probably no. But I've met a lot of people who had great like family recipes, traditional recipes, came from different parts of the world. And so I picked up a few of those and made them my own too. So I have somebody's grandma's famous, recipe for this or that. And then what I want to do is make them for my family and then take tasting notes, like turn it into a scientific experiment. We get out like little log books, those like composition books you had to have for chemistry in high school. And we say, this one's like too salty, or, it's sweet, but I like the sweet. And I wish there was a little bit more of that. It could use more pineapple and coconut, or God, no pineapple and coconut. So I want to eventually have an iteration of each one of these meals that I can call mine. And then my kids, they'll call each other up, or probably not, because who calls these days? But they'll text each other and be like, oh God, you know what I miss? And they'll be like, Baba's famous, whatever, this one dish that I made when they were little. And now that reminds them of home, and they just want to come back here and eat it. That's the dream. That's the dream. Any
Need
from
any help with
Gluttony?
modifications.
Sorry, what was that?
I said if you need any help with modifications, like you're
Absolutely.
not sure what's wrong with it, I'll be happy to share stuff. I
Absolutely.
tend to take stuff from like Instagram and watch somebody make something and then derive what I think the recipe is out of it and what's wrong with it before I even make it.
Wow. That requires a level of skill I don't think I have developed yet. So I will definitely pick your brain.
That's where we
Especially if...
got our bourbon chicken from.
Oh, nice. Yeah, especially if I make something and it turns out to be a flop. I'd be like, okay, I need you to step in and be like, my kids won't eat this. Please help. And you know, like our kids will eat pretty much anything. So if I make something and they're like, no, I won't eat this, I'll be sad.
Your kids are amazing. Like, I watched them eat things that I was like when we were picking out that one restaurant, I was like, they have, my husband's like, they have kids. Like, how old are they? Like, they're not going to want to eat here. And then they like eat their things. And I'm like, what? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we chose the place. We knew.
Oh, I know. But I was like, I was questioning it. And I'm like, there's like a pizza place around the corner just in case, I guess. But no, I was impressed. Of course, your kids seem to have the same kind of thing that mine does of like well, I don't know about the one end of it, but my kid like will either eat like everything off of like the dollar and little kid menu or they will eat like fine dining, like if it's not a fillet or like they can't order a steak medium rare, like they like turn their nose at it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one extreme or the other. It's nothing in the middle. Absolutely nothing in the middle. If it's not like fine dining level restaurant things, don't bother cooking it at home. So we either make the like mac and cheese out of the box or it's that, like nothing in the middle.
I feel like ours so far have been pretty flexible. Like they'll do middle of the road foods too. They won't get stuck on anything. The only thing is that they're developing strong tastes towards and against certain things, and that makes both of them, without our intervention, into a bit not monodieters, but like the little has a laundry list of vegetables she won't eat, so we have to be very careful about picking the ones that she will, and then she'll eat them without, you know, fighting or fussing or anything. And the tiny doesn't like almost any of those choices, so we can't make something for the little that has the right vegetables to keep her healthy and then expect the tiny to eat it. So now we have to be kind of creative, you know, okay, well, like what sort of ways do we make a meal that either sneaks in the vegetables, like in a casserole or some sort of bigger dish where it's like they can't even tell what's in it. Oz made like a vegetable lasagna that pureed a bunch of stuff that neither one of them would eat as far as vegetables go, and they ate it. It's a puree. It's puree. It just tasted like veggie lasagna to them. It tasted cheesy and noodly, and there's something else there that we can't quite figure out, and that's the thing. That was the secret. We snuck in the stuff
At
they
the
would
age
need.
your littles are at, though, I'm a firm believer of do what you got to do to keep them fed and healthy.
Yeah.
They'll expand their palate when they get older.
Yeah. That
on their own.
That, but we'll also we'll sort of hard nose them if there's something that we know that they're regularly into and they had recently, but then they will like put their foot down because they really just want to like go straight for the carbs and protein instead. We'll be a bit picky and pushy and say, you know, this is like a coursed meal. You have to eat this course first, and make sure that they're not just prioritizing their, you know, hedonistic desires, which I think in the end will help them a little bit better when they get older. That they don't just gravitate towards what scratches the dopamine itch really quick. And kids will never starve themselves. Like if they see the tasty food waiting for them, they will not just hunger strike against you, you know. Well, they won't hunger strike anyways if all you fed.
I don't know, my kid would have.
Oh, really?
Hunger struck. Yeah, he would, like, even to this day, if he doesn't care for whatever we cooked for dinner, I have to make sure to ask if it's that he's full or that he just didn't like it, and point out that we have his like defaults in the freezer that are easy to make.
Okay.
Because otherwise I will find him some days just like eating bread and like literally that's all he ate all day. But that's teenagers for you, I suppose. So not saying that there's anything wrong with like you like putting your foot down about that stuff, and I probably should have done it more when he was younger, but I'm just saying like no judgment to parents who either hide the vegetables, bake it, or like literally feed their child the same thing every single day because that is what the child will eat. Because sometimes that's all you can do. And
Yeah.
you're doing your best as a parent.
That is very true.
No shame involved.
Yeah, sometimes concessions need to be made. I think that's why, like, as somebody going through life, we always need to, I think this is much broader than just parenting too. We always need to create really good plans that feed into exactly what it is that we want out of life. You know, you want that promotion, you want the perfect life, family, relationship, whatever. Plan big and do all the things that you see online. You make your Pinterest board, or you have your TikToks where somebody's aspirational and tells you what to do, and you're like, yeah, I want to do that and live that life. Fine, do all those things, but give yourself grace that the world doesn't actually work that way, and that there's a good chance that for all of those big ambitions and things that you say you want in life, the world doesn't come true that way for most people. Or it might come true for you, and it might come true for you for a while, but it's not gonna, those ideals aren't true for everybody forever. And so, like I was saying with the whole thing about adversity, at some point we have to admit to ourselves that we're going to face adversity. And what do we do then? How do we deal with the scenario at that point? Don't live your life full of concessions, but acknowledge that concessions have to exist. I feel like I'm talking specifically to some of my family members here. I'm thinking of immediate examples of people that I want to call out by name. Sorry?
The more people that are involved, the more concessions you have to make.
That's
It's
true
not
too.
Everybody's the same, which also feeds into your topic of like things that people hate that you yourself hate, but other people seem to all love.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's all about like who you're surrounded by too, and your environment can also drive you to hate something purely because everybody else loves it.
Absolutely. Yeah, so what drove me to bring up this topic, actually, because I don't think I've really mentioned almost anything that I dislike for the sake of disliking, or for regardless of how popular it is. We were in I don't know, just a random shop with the kids. They were looking at toys on the shelves that we had no intention of purchasing, but figure, well, you're here at this little shop, so play with what you can while it's here, and get ready to say goodbye to it soon, because we're not buying any of this stuff. And on the speakers, there's just like random Christmas music playing, which is fine. I don't like Christmas music. I like listening to new music over the course of my life. I try not to listen to the same just comfort songs all the time, but I am guilty of sometimes just having comfort listening. But I've never been I gotta have, these 10 Christmas songs, or it's just not Christmas without these songs. I could probably do without Christmas songs. I've heard all of them plenty of times in my life. And then randomly, a song was playing that was not Christmassy at all in my brain. And I was like, oh, that's kind of weird that they would have this song. And then I realized how much I absolutely hate this song. And yet it gets played like everywhere all the time for myriad different random events. And the song is Pachelbel's D, Canon in D. I'm sure you know it off the top of your head. I don't know if you know the name of the song associated with the song that it is. Actually, I don't know if I've talked with you about music, Christiana. How musical are you? Oh, just
I
muted.
have a very eclectic like for music. Sorry, I was muted and I realized that.
Oh, that's fine.
So yeah, I know, like, I was classically trained with choir for many years, but
So you probably know Pachelbel's Canon.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what song is associated with it though that they would have been, or were they just straight?
They were
the
playing
song?
they were playing just canon, just that song
Oh,
on the same radio that they were playing other everything else that I heard while we were there was just Christmas music. So it was already kind of weird because I don't really associate that song with Christmas. I usually associate it with, I guess, weddings would be like the one thing that I think of that I would hear. And for those of you that don't know it, I'm probably not going to play it. I think if I play any person's one rendition of canon, it's going to get DMCA'd. So you can go find it literally anywhere. You'll hear, I don't know, probably 5 seconds of the song, and you'll know exactly which one it is, because it's like the most overplayed song in the history of the world. But worse than that is like from a music theory sort of background. I've studied pretty good amount of music theory. I kind of know my way around chord structures and what makes a song popular or avant-garde or whatever, different genres. I like a lot of different genres of music. I find that particular song to be one of the worst, most just boring. It's the vanilla and pumpkin spice and Abercrombie and Fitch of the world of music. It is like the most sanitized, boring, lame song I can think of in the history of songwriting. And yet people seem to eat it up and pay for the right to play it and play their own cover of it and put that somewhere. And I just can't fathom or understand why a song that lacks all nuance to make songs interesting would persist through decades of people wanting to hear it over and over again in malls.
I think that might actually be the reason why it proceeds just like vanilla. Though, ironically, the vanilla has become such a, like, persecuted flavor to me that I actually enjoy it, and I enjoy it sometimes purely because I can almost never get it because places have obsessed over changing it so much. But I think piano music in general, but also that song being so vanilla, people have become obsessed with not upsetting the norms and upsetting anyone. So they play things that
couldn't
can't
possibly
get an
upset
emotional
someone.
response in places. And because that has such a lack of emotional response, it's a safe song to play.
That's an interesting point. Yeah. Maybe it's so benign of emotion or anything that you could never possibly go wrong with it.
But a lot of piano music's like that, and I find it funny because I've actually noticed that in our local sushi place, sushi/Thai place, they actually have some sort of radio station that plays, or like CD that plays like popular songs but turned into classical, like pianoized versions of them.
Yeah,
And I
like
giggle
elevator
every
music.
time. Yeah, because like you can listen and like you don't even realize that you're listening to a song, but if you pause long enough and listen to what is playing, you're like, "Oh my God, this is a Snoop song," but it's like, but it's just the notes, but played in like a piano way. So
Right.
you're just like, "Wait, is that Britney Spears?" Like, wait, what song is this? And yeah, it's very weird because everybody that's in the restaurant doesn't even notice, and it makes them like calm and everything. But I've come to realize that when I'm in there, like I just listen for what popular songs from my like childhood are being turned into piano music.
There's a
So-
bowl place that we go to that does something similar. It's not like classical piano renditions, but it's usually soft jazz or reggae versions of songs. It's usually like a really weird mix up. It'll be like a soft adult contemporary reggae version of Avril Lavigne or something like that. Like just completely random garbage bullshit mix of sounds. Or if it's gonna be soft jazz, it'll be like soft jazz of Soundgarden just really random, weird choices.
It makes me wonder if, like, a lot of the stuff that we think that everybody else loves that we just hate so much is more because other people feel like they're supposed to like it. Like, you're taught from a young age that classical music and piano music is, high class, and so therefore you're supposed to like it. So therefore it gets played in classy places, whether anybody actually likes it or not. And they've just heard it so long that they just associate it with classiness and things, but they don't actually like listening to it.
That's actually a really good point. Do you know who Adam Neely is? He's a YouTuber.
Sounds familiar, but I don't.
He plays bass guitar in like an acid jazz, like really weird experimental band that's frankly, in my opinion, hard to listen to. But he also does music theory and analysis on YouTube, and he's really good at his job. He's just a good teacher and videographer, so he knows what he's doing there. But he happens to know his music theory really well too. And he made a point when he was studying jazz that people have sort of created a false version of what good music is based on what some prevailing forces in the world have sort of decided for us. Kind of the same idea that you were saying, like they've become tastemakers, and I don't know how they get this role, but they step in and say, this is like peak songwriting, or this is music that is the best for all people and is higher class and is just of greater quality than anything else you'll hear. And then you try to compare that to the way that jazz was sort of depicted when it was getting its heyday, and how it was sort of like a deviant sound, and it was something that was going to cause corruption in your kids, maybe get them starting to smoke things they shouldn't smoke, or hang out with people of colors you shouldn't hang out with if you kept listening to this music. And it's just wild how rhetoric can change entirely the way something that's literally just, notes and maybe some lyrics is perceived by the masses, and for generations, right? Because we grew up learning that kind of stuff from adults that we trust, whether that's our parents or, in my case, usually other people.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the same goes for like foods and other things. Like, if you really think about it, like the most expensive burger being covered in all that gold and everything. Gold doesn't taste like anything. Like, there's no reason that should be coveted. Or even caviar, like I was saying earlier about me being allergic. It's like, just the fact that I crave it because I'm curious as to why so many people covet it so much as this like high class thing, makes you wonder like how many things there are in the world that people secretly hate, but they act like they like just because that makes them normal, or that makes them high class, or fit in with the crowd that they wish to fit in with.
Mm-hmm.
But so, I mean, we might not all be so much different from everybody else, just everybody else isn't willing to admit it.
That could be it. Yeah, that could be it. Turns out we all love what I've loved all along. Maybe.
Except for cilantro, because it probably tastes like soap to you because of your genes.
It doesn't. It doesn't. That is the opening thing that I hear every time I mention that I don't like cilantro, is that it must taste like soap. But I don't think I have that gene. First of all, I haven't tasted a lot of soap in my life, so it's kind of weird that people would immediately relate it to something that you're not supposed to be tasting in the first place. But have I errantly been washing my face or, shampooing my hair and something gets in my... Sure, I kind of know vaguely soapy flavors. What cilantro tastes like to me, and maybe this is a byproduct of I was never around these areas in my growing up, is it tastes to me like a dry, oily Mediterranean plant. And the Mediterranean climate, the chaparral climate, is just full of biology that I just don't like. I don't like the way that area feels, smells. I don't particularly enjoy the way it looks. I appreciate its necessity in the ecosystem, so I'm not saying let's destroy all chaparral because I don't like it. But there were, when I first moved to Southern California, there were a number of things that I didn't like about the area that I didn't experience in the Northwest, in the PNW. And one of them was just the way plants smell. There was this one commute that I did on foot not long after we had moved to Orange County. And there's a tree along that commute that smelled like semen, honestly, to me. It smelled like nasty old human excretions. And I couldn't get over it. I had to like hold my breath just walking past it. It was the nastiest. I never knew that plants could have the same musky, nasty smells that humans do. And it's just, from my understanding later on in my own studies or research on the matter, is these are the way that fire-resistant oils smell. I don't know if cilantro is a fire-resistant plant, but it seems to share that sort of nature, that world that these other things also share, where they're just accustomed to this one type of climate, and they all sort of, in my head, it smells like all these other plants to me.
I was making just a joke based on the extremes of like people assuming that you either love or hate cilantro, but there is nothing in the middle. I do understand that people sometimes just don't like something, but also sometimes it's how you experience it. Like I used to hate spinach when I was a kid because the only times I'd ever eaten it were made by people who obviously don't know how to cook it. And I know that now, after having watched enough Food Network and having had it correctly cooked in things.
So what is incorrect and what is correct to you as far as spinach goes?
For spinach, what I have learned is that apparently if you cook it without it being like submerged in some sort of liquid that will bind to it, or without blanching it first in like an ice bath, it sweats while you're cooking it. So it's actually not the spinach that I didn't like. It was the sliminess from the sweat of the spinach. And I found that that's true of some other leafy things. And it makes me wonder about, it reminded me because you had talked about cilantro. And there's other things out there, like I can't stand grits. But I live in the South where a lot of people say that grits are the best things ever. And I've never tried one. I've tried it several times, but I have told people that if I have something that I don't like and somebody tells me, okay, this restaurant or this chef or whatever is the best one on earth, I will try it again. And then I will make my decision whether I absolutely can't stand a thing, because I am a firm believer now that there are things that I dislike that I may only dislike because I've only ever tried them made by people who didn't know how to prepare them properly.
Sure.
Or the way they prepared them was improper for my taste buds and for my sensibilities, because I know I'm a very texture-based person too. So it could also be texture. But yeah, so there's things out there that as much as I want to be like, I'll turn you, and like you just haven't tried cilantro prepared properly. No, that's fine. I get it. You don't like it. We'll leave it out of your food if you visit. But
when it comes to spinach, you mentioned that you think there might be a few other plants that are like that. If you do a Google search for plants with oxalates, I wonder if that's the thing. Like maybe, because I know spinach, kale, and a few other vegetables that we eat are high in oxalate content. Raid. Oz, hi and welcome. Hi, Raiders. How are we doing this evening? We're discussing things that are popular that we don't like. We're just getting into foods. How is Strem? Were you doing Supermarket Simulator? Oz decided she really wanted to play Supermarket Sim. How did I know? And I've only played it while live. Oh, so you have to go live. Yeah, it's mandated at that point, right? We were just talking about spinach and the fact that I wonder if oxalate vegetables are gross when they're prepared the wrong way. Or if it's just, it's not related to whether they have oxalates or not.
That's funny because that list is actually the list of plants that I do not like to eat. Other than spinach and okra, I have now learned the proper ways to prepare them. So like I like okra in gumbo, but I will not eat straight okra.
Okay. So maybe it is more of a textural thing because those foods can be kind of slimy, frankly.
But they're only slimy if they're prepared incorrectly.
Gotcha.
Like me and my husband were just having a debate earlier because one of his coworkers made gumbo and gave him a bowl of it, and he brought it home, and the coworker was complaining that they cooked the gumbo with frozen okra, and they wish they hadn't done that because it didn't come out with a crunch, but it also didn't come out slimy. It sort of dissolved.
Yeah.
But it came out more of like a celery, like heavily cooked celery texture instead of like a crunchy okra texture. And I think fresh okra is the same way as spinach because if it is not prepared properly, it will also sweat whatever that weird slime is, and it's the slime that tastes disgusting and not the okra itself. Now that I've had it where it's not slimy, I actually like it, but not if it's prepared outside of like gumbo. Something about the way they prepare it in gumbo makes it not slimy. And I haven't watched enough Food Network that involves okra to understand why they like how to properly prepare it.
Right.
So I'll never cook with it unless I'm cooking gumbo. But rhubarb, kale, and beets, and I think I saw something else in there that I also don't like. What was it? Yeah, I don't care for any of those. Potatoes can get weird sometimes, but I feel like the standard preparation for potatoes makes it so that they don't do the thing.
Yeah, I do honestly believe that there's just a history of people that lived without the internet, made traditional foods a certain way, and didn't explore, didn't learn. Just like, I don't know, it's just how we've always made this nasty food that we eat for survival purposes. And now it's become a tradition. I definitely feel Brussels sprouts was were one of those.
Yeah, soybeans, sweet potatoes, leeks, almonds, cashews. There's a lot of things on here that people are very divided about whether they like or not. Like, and they're very either I love it or hate it kind of people. But I also don't eat like cooked cashews or cooked almonds generally, other than like the reheating in the sweet potatoes. And again, I don't like sweet potatoes unless they're prepared by me.
Right.
Kale. Yeah, all of these things are very like people who either love or hate, and that's it. But I've noticed that a lot of these things are also things that they cook a lot with on like Food Network and like famous chefs and stuff, and it makes me wonder if it's just the preparation that makes people love or hate them.
Sure. Oz says okra, Brussels sprouts, squid are fucking easily disgusting.
But everybody who talks about those
if you do it
things
wrong.
being disgusting are all like, oh, it's slimy. That seems to be a common thing for a lot of these soybeans.
Yeah. Soy can be really disgusting.
Yep. Rhubarb.
Oh, it says I have a controversial opinion on 2 key foods. All right, let's hear it. I almost feel like it's neurospicy thing. We went over to one of our friends' houses for dinner one night, and he was like, "I'm gonna make you my special Brussels sprouts." And I almost asked him, I was like, "Do you hate me? Like, what did I do? Did I say something wrong? Why would you subject us to Brussels sprouts?" But as opposed to boiling them in water, which is how I've only ever known, which makes them smell absolutely wretched. And the texture, I'm not a texture leader, but I'm sure the texture for texture leaders is awful. He seared the outsides of them, and then he oven roasted them. I was like, oh, these are a delight. They kind of tasted like, I've had roasted garlic cloves before, and they get kind of crisp on the outside, buttery on the inside. I was like, oh, this is like kind of like roasted garlic sort of scenario. This is really good. And then we started making Brussels sprouts at home the same way, because it was just like an amazing experience for us. So Oz says, 90% of the time I have a really hard time eating cheese. Yeah, that is controversial. I have a hard time eating cheese and most things unless I'm really feeling cheese or it's not a star of something. Oh, like the main flavor. Gotcha. 90% of the time I can't stand bananas. And every once in a while, I'm really feeling bananas. I have a really hard time integrating both into my everyday diet. I mean, you could just not. Cheese and bananas aren't like the most staplest of foods that you need every day.
That's funny because I'm exactly the opposite. Like, I love cheese, but every once in a while, cheese gets a weird texture to it. Like, if it's like my favorite cheese is Swiss cheese, and if I leave it out of the refrigerator too long, like if I get into one of my neuro spicy moods and I just like, instead of making a sandwich, I just get the ingredients out and then I eat it all separately. If the Swiss cheese, yes, I do that sometimes.
Sure,
If
why
the
not?
Swiss cheese sits out too long, it starts to sweat. And again, it's the sweating thing. As soon as it starts to sweat, then it like starts getting this weird taste texture to it, and I can't stand it. And I'm like, this is my favorite cheese, and I can't eat it. And yeah, it changes the flavor and the whole tone of it. So I could see that. And the same thing with bananas. Like, I love bananas, and my husband doesn't care for bananas at all, unless they're in certain things. Like, he likes banana bread, but he can't stand, like, actually eating a banana. And my kiddo sometimes likes bananas, but mostly he likes bananas when they've been in a container with sliced strawberries.
Interesting. Never heard of that. Sounds like an interesting life hack. Like,
Strawberries will
not just
actually
for that.
transfer their flavor into bananas.
Huh.
Yeah.
I could see that working with other foods too. Sort of like you're infusing the flavor of something that you love into something else.
Yeah.
That
I
could
have
be
a
fun.
feeling that's why there's, like, whenever you see, like, certain foods, like, especially, like, carbs and stuff, they all have some sort of strawberry variation on them. Like, cheesecake, strawberry cheesecake's really common. Strawberry in breads, muffins, everything is really common because that flavor is just really easy to infuse.
Yeah.
And it's something that a lot of people like, and it adds that, like, sweetness without having to add extra sugar. But yeah, but bananas are a texture thing, and sometimes I'm just, yeah, they get like weird and slimy, and if they're at a certain level of like ripeness, I can't do the thing.
Yeah.
I can't do it. Like, even making banana bread, I hate touching the bananas when they're that ripe. and like overripe. Like I can't look at them. It's like, this is gross, but I want to bake with it.
Oz says people really fucking love bananas. I mean, not everybody. It's not for everybody. And cheese, the ingredient meal. I'm that way with mozzarella cheese when it's string cheese. It's not hard as a rock and cold as fuck, then it gets disgusting. I mean, yeah, room temperature mozzarella is not my favorite thing in the world. It gets kind of weird. I'm not even textural, but sometimes texture to me of like a cheese that's been setting out, it's not my favorite thing. Raspberries, strawberries, and bananas because I'm always low in potassium. I don't think raspberries would have the same transfer ability with taste. There's probably a whole bunch of...
But you have to break them up more before they will transfer it.
That makes sense.
Because it's the juices that like kind of seep into the bananas. The bananas will start turning red if they're in with the strawberries long enough.
Mm.
But you have to slice up the strawberries for them to like touch. I think raspberry you'd kind of have to like almost grind it into a pulp in order to get it to that same level of transference.
Right, even
But
breaking the raspberry.
Like you could create almost like a compote out of the whole thing.
I could see
and get it that way. Bananas also make a really good binding agent. So if you ever want to replace eggs and things, you can replace them with bananas, like in cookies and baked goods and stuff.
Oh yeah.
You can also, helpful life hack, you can replace every single liquid ingredient in like a cake or a bread recipe and it will still bake. Bread, not some, like, it won't quite come out the same, but cakes, you can absolutely replace every liquid ingredient with an alcohol, and it does not bake off all the alcohol. It becomes an alcoholic cake.
Oh darn, that sounds awful.
You can ask our one mutual, the friend of our one mutual friend.
The friend of our mutual friend.
Okay. the one that you were pseudo friends with, but like you were more friends with the other one.
Oh, you mean the one that I used to give free stuff to, but didn't really give me the time of day.
I think so. The one that helped you build the bridge.
Yeah.
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 So
I used to hook him
he
up.
one day decided to replace all of the liquid ingredients in a carrot cake recipe with tequila.
Okay. I'm not sure how well that would taste, but
You didn't care anymore.
yeah, maybe it doesn't. At some point, who cares?
I'm pretty sure it was after I had told him that you could do it because I already made like an amaretto cake and some other ones, like a red wine cake, with chocolate and stuff. And then he proceeded to try it. Also, you can make a very alcoholic frosting out of just mixing powdered sugar with alcohol.
Interesting.
It all comes out very sweet though, because alcohol is sugar based for the most part. So
Yeah.
just be wary.
Oz says, when I ate meat, I couldn't stand touching raw beef, pork, chicken, stuff like that, and I had to prepare it to remove the fat from it. The feeling icked me out, and I couldn't do it. It's like slimy feeling even when it was cooked. I couldn't eat the fat. It grossed me out. Made my mom insane. I mean, textural eaters are textural eaters. You can't tell them get over something that's gross. If it's gross, it's gross.
I like eating that stuff. Like, I hate making pork ribs because I have to remove the membrane, and oh my god, it makes me twitch every single time. But they taste so much better when you remove the membrane.
Yeah. Oz says viscerally gags at the thought of removing the membrane.
Sorry, Oz.
You never know what's gonna ick somebody out, though. I usually just say what I say on stream and cross my fingers that I'm doing okay by most people in the in the chat. Like, hey, sometimes I might say something that is just really off base or gross or weird, but you know, some people like myself make a career out of that kind of thing. I can cut into a human being, but ripping fat from food. Shrug. There's something about doing it out of service for somebody, though, too. Versus, like, you know, when you're preparing food, it's meant to get eaten and consumed. I think you might feel the same kind of ick about cutting a person if you knew that you were going to eat them later.
I don't think so, because I am right there with Oz, and maybe that is it for her, but for me, it's like I feel less. I don't know. Maybe it's because when I'm cutting, like, if I cut into a person, then it would be for, like, a purpose one way or another. Like, even if I was eating them, it would be different. I don't know. I have such a disassociation with people versus, like, the sliminess of, like, just fat.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, I've never tried to, like, actually butcher a human, so like, that might be different. Like, maybe if I had a steak of human, I couldn't remove the, like, fat from that without, like, twitching. But I'm not gonna try to find out.
No, yeah. Some of this stuff's more fun to talk about in the stream than try to figure out how to do it in real life.
Sorry, my brain went down a rabbit hole, and then it realized that was probably dark, and it probably shouldn't be saying things out loud.
You are on brand for this stream, and this is why we keep the stream adult only.
Fair.
Despite the demographic hit I would take, I could not imagine having the type of conversations that keep me happy and fulfill my life and try to make them kid friendly. Trust me, humans are slimy, says Oz. Hi. Yeah, you could have just popped in. You're already so active in chat.
Yeah. No, I was
That
gonna
was what I
say.
originally.
Yeah. I was gonna say humans are slimy, especially when you're trying to raise vessels in their extremities. Like, arms and legs have an awful lot of fat you gotta get through in order to get to the vessels.
Okay, you used jargon there. Can you explain to everybody what you mean by raise?
So in order to embalm somebody, you have to get to arteries, which means you have to cut down deep enough into the tissues in order to access them, so you can cut them open, so you can insert tubes into them. And sometimes you don't get, you know, the privilege of only doing what we call a one-point injection, which is just raising the carotid. And then being happy done with it. You usually only get, like, if it's somebody that has, like, just died, you might get lucky to do a 1 point. And if they were, like, healthy, there was no, you know, vascular issues. Otherwise, you might have bad distribution of fluids through their circulatory system, so you have to raise other vessels in their extremities, all the way down to sometimes something in their foot, because their foot's not getting any damn fluid.
Fun stuff.
But are you, like, actually removing any of the fat, or are you just cutting into it? Because I feel like that's a different thing for me, at least, when I'm cutting through, like, the fat of, like, a piece of chicken or something and trying to remove it.
Yeah, well, sometimes, especially in the legs, the fat isn't exactly something that wants to stay put. Or, like, you cut, and then you have to cut again, and, like, the fat kind of moves around and is slippery.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. The things you learn.
The things I'll have to note if I ever decide to dismember a corpse.
I mean, sometimes the decision's made for you. You just never know when it's going to come up and becomes a valid life skill.
All right.
Hey, at least I just gave away that up to this point, obviously I have not dismembered a corpse because I would have known all these things already.
Either that or you're really good at making us believe that this is your first time hearing these facts.
You're not supposed to point that out.
Like, oh yeah, right. I mean, wow, how cool.
Never in my life has any of this ever come up.
Ever.
Totally isn't applicable to anything
Like-
last week. I mean,
Yesterday. I mean, ever. What?
ever. I kind of want to dismember that damn deer that like caused my bumper to be broken. But
Oh, no.
Oh. I mean, you could have brought it home, put it in a rot pit, done something cool with the bones.
oh no, we were too nice and slowed down too far. It ran away.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
We were the ones with the problem.
Oh, I see. I thought you actually, it did hit you, and it did, yeah.
We hit it, but
Oh.
we just like clipped its rear end. We still have some of its
Oh.
fur stuck in my bumper, and now my car
Oh.
is at the shop for 3 freaking weeks.
Wow.
Yeah, it's only gonna cost me like $1,500. It's fine.
Ow.
Deer.
That's painful.
Yeah.
I'm always
and
nervous
some-
about that around here because
I've seen some shit with the fucking deer and how fucking stupid they are.
yeah.
Oh,
It's-
this one was absolutely stupid. It like we were on like it's a 2-lane highway, so it's got a center divider and everything, so it's really wide, and the speed limit was like 55, so of course we were going like 60, 65, and it was pitch black, so we probably wouldn't have hit it if we were on like a slower road, but it ran into the road, and then husband swerved, and then it went into the lane that we swerved into, and then we swerved back, and
Oh,
then it
no.
went back into that lane,
No.
and it just kept following the front end of the car. And while the whole time we were like slowing down, so we probably hit it only going like 20 miles per hour,
Mhm.
and we just clipped its rear end. And luckily, it was like we only like clipped the bottom back part of it because it did not break the headlight or any of the rest of it. It just like flat out cracked the bumper, but yeah. And then I took it into the shop, and they were like, "Oh, 2 weeks." And then I just got a text before this that said like it was another week after that it will be ready. So I'm just like, I only got the rental car for a week. This sucks.
You're like, are we in the money pit or what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm starting to contemplate whether it would be cheaper to just buy another car, because 1 week of renting a car is basically a month car payment.
Ugh.
So
Wow.
it
I'm
sucks.
surprised that, like, I guess, I mean, do you not pay for rental car stuff?
My insurance didn't have it, and I don't know. Like,
Ah.
they asked me a lot of questions before we got to that point, so I don't know if it flat out doesn't have it or if it doesn't have it because of the kind of accident it was.
Right.
Gotcha.
Because this
Yeah.
is like a single party, not a
Yeah, you're
fault
not. You
accident.
can't charge the deer.
Yeah.
You can't charge the deer. The deer does not have insurance, and they're
Damn
not going to put
insuranceless
any
deer.
points on my license for it, and they're not going to be able to raise my rates for it. So, they're probably just like, all right, minimal coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So between covering the rental car for 2 weeks and the like $750 deductible for
Ugh.
the bumper, because apparently it costs. I was like, well, can a bumper like not cost $750? And they're like, well, it costs $300 just to take it off your car to see what's wrong.
Wow.
And I was like,
I'm
oh,
sorry. What? I could. You're like, can I just take it home, take the bumper off, and bring it back? What the fuck?
right? But they're like, no, we have to assess it for the insurance. and
Insurance.
all
I
that."
know, but
Now,
you can't
it might
charge the
have-
deer.
right?
Yeah.
I bet you if you dismantled it, if I could have brought the deer home and dismantled it, I bet I could have sold the meat for more.
There you go.
The meat and the pelt and like the well, it didn't have any
Right.
antlers because
So-
it was a fawn.
Now you know next time if you do even tap a deer,
If
you
you
got to be
think
like,
you might hit the deer, just to fucking commit.
yeah, you got to be like, okay, we got to slow down. We got to finish our job so we can read. What's the word I'm looking for? Reclaim
Putting
some
it out
of
of
your.
its misery.
We'll reclaim
not
some
just
of your
that, total
expenses by
car.
paying by selling deer parts.
Yeah,
If
total
I
the car
totaled the
and get the
car-
deer part.
I
Yeah,
could have gotten a brand new car for that.
yeah.
I just got done paying off my car. That would have made me sad though.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now it feels like you've got another car payment coming.
Yeah. Yeah. We're
I mean,
almost
at least
done
you.
paying-
Go ahead.
I was saying that we're almost done paying off my husband's car, and then we were already going to like buy another car, but
Yeah.
it came like a year too soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much longer do we have in our car, D?
18 months. Not that I'm tracking it.
Not that you're tracking it at all.
You
I
know,
swear, like, we need one more car, but we need to be like a used, small, just like get us there car.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what my husband's car is, and unfortunately, we were driving mine.
Oh.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so now we are stuck with the car whose heater does not work unless you are revving the engine
Mm,
Oh.
when it is going to be 15 degrees outside tomorrow.
no,
Yeah,
not fun.
Good times. But I have a rental car that has heated seats. So now my butt is warm when I drive it.
Okay, that's something. There,
It's very weird.
heated seats are very nice.
Yeah.
That's the one thing.
They are, but they're weird.
It's the one thing I'll probably want to shoot for the next time I get a motorcycle. Because it gets really cold on a motorcycle when it's cold out.
Yeah. At least you'll have a place in a garage to put it now.
Yeah, that's true too. It sucks
Yay for
to.
garages.
What's that?
I said yay for garages.
Yeah.
Garages are good.
That's one thing that is not fun about, especially when you're a younger motorcycle owner and you don't know like all the tricks and tips and tricks about how to start a dead cold bike out in the cold.
Yeah.
What's wrong, Doug? Nothing.
Self-care from you, Oz.
Right as the mail.
How
Yeah,
dare, how
Because
dare you?
I'm about to go do some self-care and go the fuck to sleep.
How dare you force that on me then? You keep your care to yourself.
No. Also, did Little do any of her homework while I was sleeping?
No.
Okay.
The amount of time that you were asleep that I was off work was very minimal.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
Yeah. All right, I'll do your stretches, your hydration,
Good. Good.
posture check.
Better.
Hydrate or dihydrate.
For real.
The struggle is real.
Constantly. I'm like, did I drink any water today? Fuck. I guess I gotta drink water now.
Mine is usually like, why do I have the migraine? Let me go through the checklist.
It's usually water. That's me too. That or my blood pressure is spiked again.
Did I drink water? Have I eaten today? Have I gotten overstimulated?
Oh my god,
How
the
much sleep did I
overstimulation is
get?
real. Yeah. Alright,
All of-
on that note, on the sleep note, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go brush my teeth and pass the fuck out.
Good night.
Sounds good.
Good
Have a good night.
night.
Thanks for the raid.
Yup. Bye.
Bye.
On that note, I think I'm gonna disconnect from Discord.
Sounds
Leave
good.
you to your stream and just be a chat person again.
Sounds good. Thanks for
And
popping
out of
in.
spoon.
You, what was that?
I said I'm out of spoons.
This, yeah, doing a whole, well, not that you came in at the beginning, but even as long as you have been, that's not for everybody. So, yeah.
I get a lot of happiness and it gets fun for a little bit, but then after not too long, I'm like, all right, I'm done. I do the same thing with stage stuff, which is why I could never be an actor or anything. Because, like, I went out on stage this year at my event that I host or help host every year.
Yeah.
And I was all excited about it, and I was really happy for like half a song. And then, like, after that, I'm like, how much longer is this song? Because I want to get off the stage. I need a way. Let's escape. That was fun. I'm good. Happiest moment of the day. But done.
Yeah.
Bye.
Oz shares that she was also out of spoons.
That happens.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the
was-
spoons that you did contribute. I appreciate the chats.
Yeah, it was fun. But now I'm done. And you can stay on for 5 hours, but I can't.
Sounds good. All
I'll
right.
carry my cell phone around with me and do the chat thing.
Cool. All right. I'll see you on the other side.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, they say some people, well, not nobody in my community because you're all so clever and smart and enlightened folks, but some other people from other live streamer communities have made comments like live streaming is easy. All you do is just, you sit and you play games with a camera on. And I've certainly seen those streamers before that will turn their stream on and then they proceed to play their favorite game and just not talk to you or will sometimes read comments and pretend to be your friend a little bit. Oh, hey, thanks so much for the shout out. You say you went to the store today and you bought some chicken. How's that? Is the chicken good? Yeah, we're friends. Because I asked you about the stuff that you just said in chat. And now we're friends. And like that's kind of the extent of their show, right? It's just sort of like parasocial, trying to be friendly to everybody, and not really giving much worth, just kind of like reading what people type in chat and leave it at that. I'm trying to produce something bigger and better, and I feel like most of the most impactful streamers, the ones that we all remember, the ones that made a difference and are maybe still doing it today to some greater effect. You all are existing. You big streamer folks are existing, and hopefully I exist in this space too, in a capacity that feeds people, that creates some greater worth in the end of when all's said and done. And that type of work is more than just turning on a camera. You need to use your insight, your empathy, be more connective, think about what sort of things you're intending to stream and how you engage with your content so that you're not just putting out games, you're not just talking about hot topics and telling what's happening, but also explaining why you're talking about it or analyze and just go a little bit further. You owe it to people, I think. If you're going to start to live stream, you really want to make it into something bigger, then I think you have a debt to people to provide some form of deeper entertainment and connection than merely showing them your face and playing a game, sometimes screaming when you die. That's fine for some people. I'm not saying that you can't do that and become successful. You can, but I feel like you still owe something greater to the world than that. Hopefully the people that just do loud, reactive game streams agree and do try to do something more, either on stream or in their spare time. But it can be draining. It can be draining. That type of stream, the type of stream that I try to do, I don't turn off my computer at the end and say like, wow, that was the easiest thing I've ever done. It's hard to continue to talk. It's hard to continue to think of new things to bring up every week. And even on the weekends, if we're not doing a Discourse stream at any point, I still want to encourage our deeper connectivity in different methodologies, talk about things, hash out ideas, and try to learn, break free from the moldings and pre-programming that we've had from so many different angles. Help people critically think, and like truly critically think. I know it's popular these days to say if you believe science or government, then you're not a critical thinker, which is a logical fallacy. But I also believe that if you are incapable of doing your own research and you just believe one news source or one pundit or one talking head, you're maybe following somebody who's a critical thinker, but you're just parroting their ideas. And I want to build a community that does more than that. God forbid you step away from one of my streams and you just parrot the thoughts that I've been spouting. And you say, well, D says this, and I think he thinks about these things really deeply. So I espouse anything that he holds merit in. I want to be challenged. I want to be proven wrong. I would love for people to step in and be like, oh, hey, you made this claim, but I did some fact checking, or I found a counterexample, and I'd love for us to review it and for you to, consider changing stance on this because I think you have it wrong. That would be amazing. I don't marry my ideas, my stances, my politics, my philosophy. I think it makes a lot more sense to stay versatile and be mindful that science isn't the study of getting things right the first time. It's the study of proving pre-existing ideas wrong by researching and digging deeper, doing more. I'm going to pull this guy and we're going to go get these little guys back here. I know this one. And so at the end of a stream, yeah, like I can get tired. It does take spoons. It takes spoons to stream. It takes spoons to create content and keep new and interesting ideas going. But it's worth it. You guys are worth it. And I try my best not to play games where it completely turns off my brain. So there are some games where, as much as I'd love to play them on stream, they would make it so we couldn't stop to talk, or the game can't be paused, or it's like too much action, too much all at once. And some of that's fun to play, but hard to build what it is that I'm looking to build. So while you might see some games cross my path and others not, there's generally a reason behind it, and it's in prioritization of us having good, meaningful conversation more regularly than not, anyway. At least for part of a stream. Obviously, in these next couple hours, I don't know if I have more to say on the topic of things that we have learned to dislike or hate that are popular. I said my piece about Pachelbel. I do feel the way about a lot of different foods and music and movies and ideas. So I could keep going and going. But Pachelbel was the one big one. I literally pulled up Google and I was like, yo, explain to me why people like Canon. What is it about that one particular song that people are so excited about that they'll keep listening to it over and over and over again? But I feel that way about a lot of pop music. I feel that way about a lot of salty fried foods. I get fried foods to a degree. I know that there's sort of like a biohack into our caveman survivor brain that was like, oh, damn, this is a lot of, crispy, salty carbs that should give me good belly fat so I can survive time without, finding food for a while. And so we want to go do that thing. Wow, I forgot how lovely this particular zone looks at night. It's just so cool. I feel like Final Fantasy design on zones is such that the zone that you're in when you're flying above it feels very small and has very few points of interest. And then when you're walking around on foot, it actually feels quite large. And there are details and nuances and little nooks and crannies. Like they fill the space with twists and turns and hidden areas so that it never feels empty. And that's not just like a monolithic area that you see the couple big things that they put in the zone and then you're done. That's all there is to it. But that they do a great job making the area quite full. But I think one of the things I've learned, and maybe this is just the way I was raised, especially with fried food, but also with like extra salty, extra cheesy, extra sweet stuff, is like if it makes you feel a certain way after you're done eating it, why would you continue to eat it? And the answer is because it's tasty, right? But there are tasty foods that when you are finished eating them, they also feel good afterwards. Like I watched somebody talk about like a really healthy dessert that she made that was like made of, all like healthy, natural, vegetative ingredients, whatever, no sugar. It was just like a really good choice. And she said one of the best things about this, oh no, I remember what it was. It wasn't a dessert. It was a type of it was like an Italian baked dish sort of thing. And she said, the way that I've made all the ingredients and everything, you can eat this. And unlike most Italian food, you could just get up and dance afterwards. And I was like, that's very impactful thing to say. Because nobody goes to an Italian restaurant in the US anyways, eats a meal, and then comes away feeling like they could dance or do anything physical. You're just kind of like done. You feel heavy. You just want to go sit in a chair, maybe watch some Netflix or just not do anything. Just like be lethargic. So to say, this will make you want to dance. It was a great story. I hate mass amounts of chest hair on men in TV shows and movies. Is that a thing? I thought the meta was not to have so much hair on the body. Unless you're talking about like 70s. Back in the 70s, big hair all over was a big thing, right? Cigarettes would be the same, right? I feel like cigarettes are a little bit different. Once you start eating fried food, you could stop and replace it with other tasty things. If you want to stop smoking cigarettes, the idea of replacing it with something else that is healthy, that feels good like cigarettes feel good, would be a lot harder to do. I know lifelong smokers that don't even like, what do you call them? Smoking cessation products, because they don't have the same triggers. They don't do all the things. They don't check all the boxes. Sometimes it's also the holding of something and the hanging out outside and the like every little nuance of the art of smoking can be part of it for the smoker. And so it can be hard to give up all of those things for something else that's healthier or better for you. Millions of people are addicted to them, but they taste terrible when you start and they make you feel like crap. Yeah, it's pretty bizarre to me how somebody gets started smoking when I was first meeting smokers in my life that I had the guts to ask this question, I asked a lot of them. I was like, how did you get started? Because we all grew up in an era where we had like dumb commercials about like don't start smoking, and here's the reasons why, here's the nasty breath you'll have, and the just all the side effects and everything. Don't do it. And so why would you start then? It'd be one thing if you grew up in a culture where everybody smoked and here's your doctor's favorite cigarettes, so buy our brand or whatever. That would be one thing. But most of the people I knew grew up in an era where it was inside. Damn, I definitely got boned on that one. Forgot. But how do you start now? And with guys, the answers were pretty disparate. So I found most of them tended to be out of trying to get into a popular clique or trying to win over somebody's interest or attentions, like win over the affections of like a girl who is counterculture or edgy. One guy said he got started with meth at an early age and he moved to cigarettes to quit meth. And I was like, okay, that's the most interesting answer I've ever heard to that. And also, like, probably I would rather see you smoking cigarettes than doing meth. So maybe in his one case, I'd be like, you know what, that's fine. Not fine, but better. Better than what you were deciding to do. But the tragedy is most girls that I asked, actually every girl I ever asked, why did you start smoking? They all had the same answer. And that answer was, because my boyfriend smoked. They didn't do it to be popular with other girls or because they thought it would be weird or interesting to do. Now, that's not to say that other answers aren't valid. Just talking about the people I met. All the people I met, every girl I met said they started smoking because of a boy, because of somebody they were in a relationship with. Not even to fall in or win somebody over, but because they were in a relationship with a smoker. And so they might as well smoke too, I guess. I get that. I dated a smoker once. And there is sort of like this feeling of you have this ritual that you do all the time. Do I remove myself from this so that you smoke and I go off and run and hide, or you do this outside and I stay inside and we separate for however long it takes you to smoke every time you light up? Maybe that's not palatable for some people. So they figure, well, it's just easier to just also be a smoker too. Henry Cavill in The Witcher. I thought he was like peak sexuality these days. Is that not the case? Even though he might not have an aspect of body that you like, maybe everything else makes up for it. I definitely know some sex icons who don't share all the traits that I would find attractive in a person, but I could kind of see past them to understand the why. Or maybe I can't. Some people I just can't. There was a while where all of my friends thought Sarah Jessica Parker was hot. And I was like, I don't, like, not one part of it. I shouldn't say it. Not one part of her did I find attractive. That's just me. My own tastes. I was just like, she's not really, no part of the package is particularly my type. Couldn't blame the body hair specifically. Just kidding. The spicy scenes in that make me nauseous. Oh my. I don't know that I've ever thought nausea when I see somebody who I don't find attractive, but I definitely have been unattracted enough that I feel not nauseous, but turned off. Like basically just empty of any sexual sort of feeling about that person. Like this might be for somebody, some audience might be looking at this and be like, oh yeah, this is exactly the scene that I wanted to see them in. And I'm just like, I'm just waiting for you to put your clothes back on and leave, please. Just hurry up and be done with this. Thank you. Including, and I hate to say this, it's happened at least once in my life, in real life too. Some people just inherently, when they are wearing clothes and they are just presented in a certain way that's not in their most intimate and exposed moments, can really pull off certain looks and come off as a certain type of person. And that can be really enticing. And then you see them more like bared to the world or without certain types of glamour or things that they do to change their appearance and attitude, and you see them in the buff and you're just like, you're maybe for somebody, you're just probably not for me. It's weird because I find him attractive as Sherlock Holmes, just not in The Witcher. Interesting. So maybe more of a personality and way he carries himself thing, and the body hair. Probably shows less body hair in Sherlock Holmes. Okay, where am I with what I am trying to do tonight in this game? Most of the duty finders are done. Just haven't done frontline yet. Who are we doing frontline as? Probably melee DPS because I don't like playing them as much as others, and we'll go with whoever is the lowest melee DPS. All right, let's do this. I don't know if I can think of anybody who I find attractive, but I've watched them in a role that I didn't find them attractive in. Trying to think if there's an example of that for me. There are so many spicy scenes in The Witcher. I don't think he ever takes off his shirt in the Holmes movies. Maybe that's part of it. It's like I was saying, you know, some people, like, they look a certain way when they have clothes on and a certain demeanor when they're not, like, in the bedroom. And then you get their bedroom eyes and see the parts that they usually keep hidden, and suddenly it's just like a whole different world. It takes away the mystique that they do. Clothes can also shape a person differently. So you might have an idea of what you think somebody looks like when they're wearing clothes, and then they take off those clothes and you're like, oh, well, I didn't expect you to be, you know, you come out more here, or you go in too much there, or it's not, you know, not what I had kind of hoped for. And with celebrities, you know, it's fine to be judgmental like this if it's a celebrity. Nah, that sounds like such a bad soundbite. Don't clip me on that. I think when you're just evaluating somebody who's being put in a certain light for particularly spicy scenes on TV or show or whatever, it's like doing some armchair commentary is not gonna hurt anyone. It's not like we're going on Henry Cavill's Reddit fan page place and making posts about how he needs to keep his shirt on to be found attractive by anybody. That would be rude. I forgot there was a shortcut here to this area. You don't have to fly here through Dravania like we did. You can go straight from the Kurtha Central Highlands and skip a whole zone in the middle. I don't think you can get there originally, though. It's something you have to unlock later. Sneaky travel. Yeah, I feel like Game of Thrones was one of those shows that had really attractive intellectual people that were also fantastic actors. And they gave them, one, a storyline that just kept sort of devolving on itself. It just kept not... It looked like it was going to be bad the further in it went, and then it did get really bad in the last couple seasons. But also, they sort of injected the spicy scenes in all over the place way too much for people that I don't know that we were like rooting to try to see that way. But it's almost like they went around and asked each actor and actress, like, hey, how cool are you about nudity? Do you think, you know, is it in your clause? We've talked with your agent. They said, you're cool. How much would it cost? And just sort of like found ways to inject it into the story that I don't think anybody was necessarily asking for. It's probably contributing to, you know, why the show was as popular as it was for some people. But to me, a lot of it was like, I didn't really, that particular character, to me, I didn't need to see that. Or this particular actor, actress, like, you could have left that part out and I still would have liked the show. I don't need that part. Just at a basic curiosity level, I'm generally just curious how people look. So if a spicy scene happens, I'm not like, oh yeah, spicy time. Usually, you know, I'm watching a show with like, you know, people. I'll just binge Netflix by myself in a room alone. So if I'm with Oz, you know, I'm not gonna be like, oh hey Oz, you know, look, check this out, spicy scene. It's they're usually just distractions from actually having a narrative happening during the actual, you know, the actual plot stops because you have to watch two people, you know, awkwardly do stuff on a screen together while a whole bunch of people stare, right? I can't get that part out of my head as an actor. It's hard for me to turn off the fact that there's like 15 people chomping on sandwiches, kind of looking at different angles, going, "Oh wait, hey, what if you held behind their knee, like that? Like, what do you think that'd look cool? What do you guys think?" And like, you know, it's a very dry and kind of gross sort of experience and scenario. So I don't know that part, but I'll never say no to an actor or actress that I've never seen naked before. Just say, yeah, I'll do a scene. I'll be like, okay, well, I don't know what you look like yet. So let's take a look and see what you look like without your clothes on. Because people without their clothes on are just interesting to look at. Sexy or no sexy aside. It's just I think we're all curious. It goes all the way back to being little kids, being like, oh, what do you got? Oh, what do you got? Everyone is allowed to have their preferences. I think it's only a problem if you shame somebody for your own preferences. Oh, like tell somebody you look gross because I don't like that. That would be pretty stupid. But I've heard that kind of talk. Like, oh, you're unattractive. Like, no, I'm not unattractive. I'm just unattractive to you. Occasionally there are spicy scenes that add to the storyline, but most of the time it's just fan service. Yeah, I can't think of too many movies or shows where it suddenly got spicy and I was like, oh yeah, this was super important for me to see. Maybe Fight Club off the top of my head, because we're talking about, like, it's weird to have that movie be narrated and sort of like main charactered by Edward Norton's character, who doesn't have a name. They call him Jack sometimes in some circles. because they find those books where it was like, I am Jack's pancreas, I am Jack's spleen, that kind of thing. And so because of those books, they sometimes just call the character Jack, even though he doesn't have a name. And because you're sort of living life through his eyes and seeing the story, it's like Jack's story, right? Then to have there be a sex scene that is based around Marla and Tyler, and that they have a scene together like that, and you're seeing all the nuance to that, it does make you wonder as an audience member before you even know the big twist, like what is going on, and why are we having this weird scene with these two people that are like not the main character. And it's like weird and dizzy and confused with like lots of blurry faces and stuff. Like it's not a comfortable scene. It's awkward and weird. I just realized I don't have my toolkit up and we're about to do PvP sort of stuff, so why am I doing it this way? The first two scenes where the Dragon Queen girl slept with the Viking dude. Good God, I'm too tired to think of names. Are you talking about Game of Thrones? You don't have to know names for Game of Thrones. It allowed her character demeanor changed from being a slave to her husband to being an equal. That's true. That's true. And you know, honestly, she never did, or she almost never did any spicy work again in the show after that, which makes sense because she's becoming royalty, right? There's something to that. We're seeing somebody who was passive in a certain way to the world, and she's her engagement with the entire world, not just her husband, is changing. And so it just makes more sense over time that she would be less the fan service character, or anyone that could be taken over, controlled by another force. Yeah. Person you're talking about is Daenerys. And the Viking dude, I think he was well, if we want to talk about like the fact that George R.R. Martin didn't really like write his own story, just took history of the world and turned it into a story. Changed the names and the places and came up with some subtle differences, but was mostly telling a story of our world. Those are like the Mongols, so it was basically like a Genghis Khan sort of character. Is that like a cake? Does somebody have like a cake spell that they cast? I don't really know a lot about PvP, honestly. I just do this periodically because it's good experience for somebody. And I can play as White Mage that I really enjoy while earning experience for a different job. So I picked Samurai, so I'm earning Samurai experience right now while playing White Mage. It's kind of nice. Okay, what are we doing? What are we even doing with our lives? This person's gonna die without intervention. PvP is also the one place in the game where you could do raid healing. Kind of fun. I don't know how we're doing. We're doing well. We're actually doing well. Although my friend here is going to die. And he died. Where do we go next? Are we fighting? Maybe we're fighting. Can't heal that guy. I'm out of heals. Raid healing is fun when you have heal ability to use. But not if I can't move. Damn, I got just like stun locked. Oh, we're being pinched. We got pinched. And then we all died. Pinch incoming, they said in chat, and I wasn't reading it. Would help if I was paying attention. Okay, is this all us? Us and only us doing this? Nobody's coming after us? We are officially losing though. Mostly because Red got a free big one. Alright, let's go to the middle. Gotta stake our claim. Not really the best idea. Attack the paladin. They said focus blue, but I don't see why we should. I think if the red and blue guys are going to fight while the Tomelith, is that what these things are called? Tomeliths? I just now realized what it is we're actually fighting here. If they want to fight each other, they can. Then we can get a whole bunch of that tome. Fall back and regroup. Somebody is a commander. Somebody knows exactly what they should be talking about. Okay, the red are going to go for big ice. The red are not going to go for small ice. So I'm going to go for this small ice. There are red people here. I got too many stuns. This is why I don't PvP while I stream too. My brain turns off and I do have to get quiet to actually do focus face to figure out what I'm doing. And even then, I'm not the best PvP expert. End up dying more than I wish. Alright, that's taken care of. We definitely did the right thing focusing on the red territory as opposed to doing anything with blue. Blue is far enough behind that hamstringing red, letting blue kind of do its own thing was a smart counter maneuver. And we're going to get more of the middle one as a result. Fall back and regroup, really? If you insist. Yeah, we're getting getting confused and lost and stuck. Damn. Missed my chance to heal somebody. Alright, as we were. In the trend of things that are ridiculously popular, though, and talking about spicy scenes, I also feel like just beauty aesthetics have changed quite a bit. There's especially a certain kind of look I feel that's espoused in a lot of different circles on various parts of the internet. To have your skin look a certain way, like not a natural sort of look, but a very like one tone across all of your skin kind of makeup style that I think makes you look empty or devoid of contour and shading. And I always thought like stuff like contouring and blush and you know, defining different parts of your face the way you want to was part of the magic behind knowing makeup the right way. You would do it in a certain way that just enhances or changes the way that you look so that you have more feature than God gifted you with. And to have people then come away looking like more flat or having exaggerated certain features that I just feel like aren't that flattering. It seems kind of bizarre to me. Oh, I'm in it too deep. Like Phil Collins, I'm in too deep. Hey, I like being an anemic vampire. There's nothing wrong with that. That's an aesthetic. But that's also, you know, not mainstream in the way that people do stuff. I also think one thing that I find funny about makeup styles and beauty standards over time is that eyebrows have changed so immensely and rapidly in the course of my lifetime. Somebody once said that a fun rule of makeup is that today's eyebrows are next generation's clown makeup. Like, you just don't look at people from a certain generation and think that they look good at all. But I think it also works both ways too. I think when older people look at young people and they're like, what are they doing with themselves? What are they doing with their faces? What's happening to the world? Oh, we're going to lose to red. We are not doing enough to stem the red tide. That, you know what I mean? But yeah, I definitely think that trend holds true for old people so much, and that's partly why they seem so like weird and out of touch, is because they look at younger people and everything's changed as far as what is accepted and pretty and good. And like, I just can't understand, why would anybody make themselves look like that? There's reasons. So I'm trying to kill the white mage over here. This white mage does not want to be killed, thank you. Please. You used your thing on me just to try to kill me. Okay, well, they killed me. Where are we versus where is red? We're winning. We are winning by a lot. We're probably going to win after all, as long as we focus on ice and kills. Actually, we only need, what, less than 30 kills, and they need 100 kills. Did we go negative? Is that a thing? If you die, do you get negative score? Well, I think we got this because we just got the Icebound Tome. Red would have to win in the time that we're attacking this tome. I don't think that's possible. Yeah, I think we got this for sure. This is us, right? Okay, we won. By 9 points. That's a very close match. And definitely I was not to blame for any of our success. I did okay. But yeah, I wasn't even the top 5 healers, and wasn't in the top 5 damage takers. Definitely wasn't in the top damage dealers. I wasn't in anything. All our points came from ice, somebody said. I fully agree. Oh yeah, those weird blocky eyebrows. To me, the blocky eyebrows look ugly, but to me, I think when I see somebody with pencil thin eyebrows, which was more popular when I was younger, and I think that that would like be the standard in my brain for what is beauty because it's what I grew up with, I also think that's weird. I think plucking your eyebrows so that they become like tiny little lines on your face looks weird, and it makes you look kind of severe. And the blocky eyebrows look weird because it looks fake, like you're drawing stuff on your face that you don't actually have, which to me makes as much sense as like drawing a curly mustache on your upper lip if you can't grow a curly mustache. Like it just doesn't make sense to me. I would much rather see somebody's eyebrows for what they are, even if they're patchy and not well thick of actual eyebrow hairs. I would rather see that and know that that's like your face. I would probably, in my own weird wiring, find that more attractive because it is what your body is doing. And to me, that makes more sense in my brain, just to like know what somebody actually looks like. There's like since we live in an era where you can do almost anything you want with your aesthetic, to know what somebody's literal natural aesthetic is like has its own power. It's like a witch knowing somebody's, middle name or actual like full legal name. There's like a weird power behind that, a weird power behind knowing what somebody looks like without any makeup or lifting shoes or going to the gym or whatever, just what is in their natural state. Same in reverse. We look back at 70s and 80s and laugh. I don't necessarily feel that way. The only thing, what I do laugh about in the 70s and 80s that I think is it's funny because it doesn't happen anymore. It's not funny because it's old and different, but it's funny because it doesn't happen anymore, is the crazy amount of time that people used to take to get ready. Some people still do.
That's another thing.
Stuart.
Palm right as the mail.
Hi and welcome. I'll catch up with your chat in just a sec. The way that 70s used to prioritize having long, straight hair, and as a female, you would spend the time to like iron your hair straight with an actual flat iron for clothes. And then the 80s, poofing up your hair, both for men and women, poofing your hair up and high and giving it big volume and being wide, like the sheer amount of volume of time every day. Because you go to sleep, your hair gets messed up. You go take a shower, your hair gets messed up. What do? You have to do your hair routine again the next day to get it back to what you wanted it to be. You're constantly fighting with your own hair because you don't want to show anybody what your natural hair looks like. So you do these crazy, ridiculous styles that take forever to do. I feel like we're moving away as a culture, as a global culture, from the hours and hours that people used to take to look a certain way. And it just makes sense to me. I can't imagine spending so much time on your own aesthetic. It, one, puts a lot of priority on yourself. It makes you look really selfish. If you say, I take 3 hours to get ready, people are going to look at you and like, who do you think you are? Because you're not probably who you think you are. And the other half of it is you're also precluding everybody's idea of what you look like naturally with, trust me, I'm ugly, and none of you will find me attractive. So I have to do this. And then you will all say I look good. With the small exception that I do understand there is a percentage of the population that legitimately feels awful in their own skin. They leave and they're just awkward and anxious because people are perceiving them in a way that they do not want to be perceived. And the ritual and routine in the mornings gets them to just comfort in their own skin. But I don't think that's the majority of the situation. Stuart says, hey, my internet is back. Welcome back. So got bad news. Uh-oh. My brother just suffered a massive heart attack. Oh, holy. How old is he now? The good news is he's okay, but they had to put 2 stents in his heart. Jeez. He is definitely not old enough to have a massive heart attack. Do you know anything about his lifestyle? Was this sort of like you heard and it was awful, but you were also kind of like, yeah? Or was this a big surprise? 33. Massive heart attack, 2 stents at 33. Jeez. It's scary. Smoking, drinking, and a lot of drugs. Yeah. Yeah. That's brutal. It catches up to some people a lot slower than others. And I know anecdotally, there's a lot of people who have stories about somebody and these stories stand out. So I get why they share the story. They're like, I have a grandma. She lived to 89 and she drank whiskey and smoked cigars every day of her life. She ate nothing but fried chicken and she just died in her bed and she never had any of those problems. So, you know, it's not all it's cracked. The whole like live a clean lifestyle is not all it's cracked up to be. Fact is, our bodies are like a dice roll every day, right? You never know. You're going to wake up and maybe some weird health ailment you never had before suddenly springs up, even when you're young, and especially if you've lived a lifestyle like Stuart's brother here. But you can roll the dice and maybe dodge it. The fact is, when people say live a healthier lifestyle, you know, stay away from certain vices like that, maybe don't get involved with smoking and drinking and whatnot as a regular habitual thing, it isn't because it's a guarantee that you're going to suffer, but your chances, your vulnerabilities go up significantly. So did your Nana live to a long, ripe age doing all the wrong things? Sure, but she's like a dice roll. Do you want to roll your dice too and see if it happens to you? That kind of stuff's not necessarily genetic. It just usually one weird, crazy, random one-off thing. 8 M&Ms for an entire year of your life and you did just fine. I mean, we'll see. Let's tell 100 other people to try that and see if it works. Probably a 1 in a million case. There's a lot of ways in which we are divergent from each other and we just never know how our outcomes are going to be. So even among family members, if you think, well, my family members process dairy fine or we all eat this way and it's not an issue, you could just be the one like, hey, nobody else in your family had celiac disease and you do. Congrats. You got that special. You rolled the dice and the outcome you got was just the shitty one. I would rather live in ways that mitigate my dice rolls than increase my chance of failing. Now, part of that is because I have terrible luck from what I've seen with the way I do with gambling and stuff. I don't do that. But I also would rather, I think risks can be fun and add spice to life. And sometimes living on the edge can be interesting. But choose your battles. And I think if you do something habitually day after day after day that causes those dice rolls to get worse and worse and worse, I don't know that that's really like doing the the gamble that you want to be doing. If you do want to gamble a little bit with your life, find something more fun than smoking cigarettes alone on a patio every day of your life because your brain's itching again for more nicotine or something like that. Yeah. Eats nothing but fast food. Just moved to Texas with my dad a couple months ago. How am I doing? I mean, my nose is kind of bugging, but it's just because I'm in this room. You know how it is. Until I figure out just what to do to stop my nose doing whatever my nose does when I'm sitting here streaming. I don't know that I'll ever have peace. But besides that, I'm doing okay. Things are busy this week for us. And we feel like the tiny is going through a developmental leap. The reason being is because at least we're with our kids, when they go through some big leap, like an emotional or cognitive jump in their growing up, they become like a little just bitch, just an asshole, just a total dick to us. They're cruel and mean and without empathy, and just turn into like really vile version of themselves. And then give them a few weeks and like they come out the other end like crazy smart and articulate and more cautious and more empathetic. And this is, I don't know if this happens to other people with kids too, but for ours, they don't grow in a continuum. It's not just like a curve where I guess I should be doing this, where the graph just like slowly moves up on its own. And you're like, oh, you're a little bit better. Today, you're a little bit better. Today, you're a little bit better. They stagnate and then go through leaps. And then, yeah, it's weird. It's weird stuff. Also, the popular thing I dislike is sushi. Wow. I never knew you disliked sushi. I'm glad we never went out for sushi together. I had no idea. Not against trying it, but haven't liked anything other than shrimp, crab, and lobster-based seafood. Oh, gotcha. So you might just not like fish. Though I found out I'm allergic to shrimp, but not the other two. We were talking about allergies earlier today. Yeah. Christiana says, I'm forever drawn to the 40s aesthetic. I need to look at 40s again to sort of get a feel of what 40s looks like in my brain. In my head, 40s is kind of like the atomic household sort of look. The victory gardens of World War II sort of era, Fallout kind of world, but maybe that's like late 40s. When did World War II end? Late 40s? Mid 40s? I don't care what other people think of how I look. That's a good place to start. Only how I look to myself, which is what you kind of just said. I have the lowest self-esteem for also being a major narcissist. Whiskey's never been recalled for salmonella, just saying. I mean, that's fair. Good night, I need sleep. Christiana, thanks so much for all of your contributions tonight. I appreciate your face. Let's talk soon. What are you doing Friday if you're still awake? If not, I'll probably bug you in texts. Anyway, thank you. Have a good night. Yeah, I don't have any food allergies, but I imagine that would definitely put a damper on certain types of food. Like if you're allergic to shrimp, there's so many different. You can't really get into like Cajun food because a lot of it like sneaks shrimp into stuff. Even like a meat-based gumbo might also have shrimp in it too. And sushi's like, there's some sushi that doesn't involve fish, but it's pretty boring and lame. Even imitation crab is another type of fish. Makes me happy I'm not allergic to things. Still recovering my voice, by the way. Never had a cough or sore throat, but some phlegm in the morning. Oh, weird. But you just, yeah, totally messed with your voice. I love shrimp too. That's the worst part. I like when what people are allergic to is also off-putting. Christiana was saying she's allergic to coconut, but also thinks that coconut tastes really bad. Her mouth's just wired that way. But I always feel bad for people who absolutely love something, but then are allergic to it. Like Both is allergic to chocolate and loves chocolate. I used to have a crush on a girl in high school that loved bread, well, carbs, pizza, anything, and she was allergic to wheat. Unfortunately, she was just like always sick all the time. At school, she just sounded like she had a perpetual cold, which makes me wonder because I actually like the way girls sound when they have a bad cold. Like the voice gets scratchy and gets snotty and stuff. And I wonder if some of that mapping was because of her. Like, you've rewired my brain to like people being sick when that's actually not good for them. Probably not good for me to hang out around sick girls. I do occasionally test it out at Panda Express when they ask if I want to try the honey walnut shrimp. I take a single piece. It's never super bad, but a slight itch. Sometimes I don't even feel it. That makes me nervous though. Like if it's itchy, that's like the precursor feeling to anaphylactic, right? Like your throat closing up or whatever. I don't know. To me, I wouldn't want to play around with those forces. How do I... Is there a way to just look at my... fashion accessories? There it is. I just don't have a button for this. I feel like this one's more up my alley, the checkered, than the blue. I'll have to change my hotkeys. It's never itchy on the throat, just the soft palate. I still feel, I don't know. To me, I'm not sure that's a thing I'd want to play around with. You know, I wasn't sure if I'd like the plaid because I felt like it would look a little contemporary for my otherwise kind of Victorian dress or whatever you want to call this, but I actually like it. It's not bad. It does suit the aesthetic in its own kind of way. The blue parasol, definitely, the other one that I have, does not do this look justice. I mean, I guess if you know that having a single piece isn't going to hurt you, then it's fine. I haven't done any gold saucer yet today. Suppose I don't need my umbrella then. Are you a fan of Fae lore? I don't know that I know a lot, but I've heard fairy tales and they seem fine to me. Neither good nor bad, just interesting. I find that most of the Fae lore that I do know is that they're not really goodly little creatures like in Disney movies. They're kind of little jerks. Screw around with people. Mess with people's lives. Meddle. And sometimes unfairly try to steal or cheat people out of their autonomy. Watching a horror series that seems to be taking a lot from Fae lore. Interesting. There's something I can unlock at 4 million MGP. Seems a long way off. I'm just shy of 2 million, but in time, if you just keep up with being active in the gold saucer, it happens. I mean, I didn't get 2 million out of nowhere. That's not my first time to hit 1 million or 2 million. I bought a lot of stuff from the saucer in my past. Okay, could be this one. Just gotta try. Well, I got one big winning ticket anyway. Watching, never outright said, but the main fan theory is these people have been caught in the Fae realm, called From. The show's called From. Is that, am I reading that right? Need to put my black dye away. I have a retainer right over here. complete in 1 hour. Should be asleep by then. You have my die, right? Yeah, okay. I already had one sub-black die in here already. That's fine. Sub-black die used to be really hard to get. And in fact, I think I remember going through crazy lengths to get a bunch of this, paid somebody big money. Now you could just buy it from one of the vendors as long as you have enough faction with the very first crafting society quests, then you're done. You've got it, which just feels so cheap. But I guess that's true for everything in RPGs, is over time you end up just owning everything, and things get cheaper and cheaper to get that were from older parts of the game. Dyes used to be kind of expensive though. Mana silver sand. Guess we can sell it at 144. If I can type. Black rice. Is that what this is supposed to be? I have the high quality version of this though, so we should be looking at high quality prices. 2100. I'll undercut that. I'll undercut that by $1, Bob. The title is just from. Interesting. That must be really hard to Google. The show is pretty violent, and the first dead body you see is a 10-year-old girl, jeez, and her mom that have been eviscerated because the dad was too drunk to make sure to nail the daughter's window shut. Oh, these are vicious little things. Same guys who wrote Lost made it. I feel anxious about that one point. And I think you probably know why. The answer is, like, Lost was done strangely. A lot of people were really confused what was happening with the show. And then the reveal that happened after so much drawing out. Like, they really spent a long time telling a short story. We're talking, like, Dragon Ball Z levels of... We're going to take forever to get through like a single day's worth of exploration or plot arc or whatever. Then the reveal that they were working so hard toward ended up being something that I think a lot of people felt fell really flat. They were just really disappointed with what the ultimate creative idea for the show was. And just a letdown. Worse than Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones, I think people felt like the show was sabotaged somehow. Like they pushed too hard at the very end and went their own way. That was different from what George R.R. Martin would have wanted. And just kind of like made things go badly that they might not have gone had it not been for bad intervention. But Lost seems like it was a show that was like planned out as something at the very start that they didn't workshop well with people to find out whether it would be taken positively or not. Because the vast majority of Lost fans were really disappointed with how it ended. And me, I never watched the ending. I was an addict to Lost, but what made me fall off the bandwagon and stop watching the show even before it ended was literally how long everything took. Things took so long, they were so drawn out that I was just my interest couldn't be maintained. It took way too long to get through any part of the story. And honestly, TV back then in that era, I felt a lot of shows were doing that. Heroes, I think, was doing sort of the same sort of tactic. It was just like very popular to say, okay, so our story is, we're going to get these folks together. They're going to face like a minor conflict, come back, rebound, and work themselves a little bit stronger or discover some secret internal truth. And then come back and beat the big bad conflict. And then that's it. But then they turned it into like 5 seasons doing that by going, well, and then here's this guy's backstory. And then these two go off and get lost on a side quest that's completely inconsequential to the main story. And then we're going to explore this other avenue with a new character that we're adding, but we're only adding them for 4 episodes, and then we'll never talk about them again. It's like, oh my God, such convolution, such a waste of people's time just to eventually come to a story that's actually quite short and lacking the depth that people had hoped for. It's bait. It feels very baity. It has good plot hooks and questions to be answered, but I hope they aren't just making questions and trying to figure out the answers later like they did in Lost. I do enjoy the characters as well. A lot of good flawed characters who don't always stick to archetypes. Yeah, okay. I can appreciate that. The guy who played Michael Dawson in Lost, the black dude with the kid, is one of the main actors. Oh, cool. Yeah, I remember him. I do also like when people use the same talent. It's not a requirement, but it can be fun to see how somebody under the same creative direction can take doing a different project with those people. Like, I know it's kind of dumb and people make fun of it, but when Tim Burton uses sort of like the same actors in multiple things, I kind of like to see what they do with the next challenge and the next challenge, and how are they going to play this character. And sometimes it's not that great. You know, it's like, well, you really don't play a whole lot of diverse characters. You kind of just cast as yourself most of the time. But sometimes it can be really neat. You can see somebody wildly diverse in different movies. I absolutely adore Gary Oldman for his capacity to act, like be an actor. He's not the handsomest lead. He's not often a lead man. He sometimes picks cheesy movies to be in that are not particularly deep or meaningful. They're not cinema. They're not going to be studied like at some film school later on down the line. But he always puts an immense amount of passion into coming to work and doing his job. When you look at him versus somebody like Tom Hanks, Leo DiCaprio, Matt Damon, like someone who gets cast by the virtues of who he is and that he's famous, and that they're basically going to write a story where they can be mostly kind of just themselves. You can just kind of talk the way you like to talk. You can just kind of act the way you like to act. Our character's loosely based around you, Mr. DiCaprio. Okay, cool. And then they don't clock in at work. They just leave their trailer and talk lines that were fed to them and, you know, add some physication. I'm not trying to belittle them like they can't act at all, but they're often acting on easy mode, whereas somebody like Gary Oldman is fucking acting. He's doing a job. He is somebody different, dramatically different people. He studies and understands in high nuance the depth of who he is trying to be, like a real actor would. Kevin Spacey's another one of those. I know he's been controversial in recent times, but as somebody who's just like a cinematic nerd about it, like loves the art of acting, that's good stuff. I like seeing that. Just refreshing to see a show go to dark places without feeling campy. I hope for that more, that people are willing to take more risks, because for a while I feel like shows were very sanitized, like they wouldn't try anything that was particularly nuanced or controversial because they were afraid of disenfranchising the wider demographics. Like it was all just big marketing ploy. I was like, I want to see, sometimes I want to see the controversy. I want to see the experiments that fail or things that die after one season, because that stuff can sometimes be gold. if you try. And I don't want to see the same show reiterated in 50 different ways because people don't want to take a chance. Yeah. I should probably explain the basic plot. A group of people around the country get themselves stuck in a small forest town that loops if you try to leave, and monsters come at night. Interesting. Sounds a little bit like The Village. Did you ever see that Shyamalan movie? Speaking of actors doing stuff that make you go, oh shit, it was that guy the entire time. Colin Farrell is the Penguin. I still haven't seen, I've been told that in order to consume Colin Farrell's the Penguin, I need to know the new Batman world lore a little bit. Like, you need to see the new Batman, and I'm just not. I'm so behind on comic book stuff. Like, there was a period of my life where I would just eat that kind of content up, and then it just kept coming and coming and coming and coming. Even my favorite hero of all comic book time brought to life on big screen, I haven't watched all of his movies, and that's Iron Man. I'm a big Iron Man fan, and at some, like, it's also a cost thing. Like, for me to go to a movie once a year or so is fine, but at the rate that DC and Marvel have been producing content, and including like streaming shows too, like, I can't afford the time and I can't afford the money to get involved to keep up with all of it. You know what I mean? It's just, it's an intense amount of hours of my life that I don't know what do I sacrifice to catch up to comic book stories that I'm interested in, and or even know if I'm going to be interested in or not. Do I give up spending time with my kids? Do I give up time working and making money? Do I give up personal time with Oz? Like, where do I pull it? Do I sleep less? If I sleep less, I might keel over, frankly. The new Batman is a standalone, at least. Oh, okay. Didn't know you were an Iron Man fan. Love the crap out of the whole just concept behind Iron Man. Yeah. If you would ever want to watch them, I own all of them on Vudu. Okay. Find you have time. I can take the cost away at least. Okay. The time investment will be the next thing I'd have to try to work out. Maybe if we get to the point where content creation is the sustainable way to manage the household, then we do stuff like watch parties or stuff like that as part of like community building events. We could incorporate it somehow at that point. We'll see. We'll see. I've got ideas for how I want this to organically grow. It just takes time, effort, and dedication. And patience. Patience with me. Okay. I'm doing the tank role quest for the new expansion. I think this might be the last part of it. We're going as Paladin. My Paladin looks like a badass biker chick, because that's how I wanted my Paladin to look. Because I don't do blue, gold, and white, which is the standard Final Fantasy Paladin colors in most Final Fantasy games, actually. Honored Netherling, you returned to Oxunda is as welcome as the arrival of spring. Sonu knows why you come. Wicked hearts seek to bring chaos to our home. And so the Zundu shall rise to its defense if needed. As the sun's rays chase away the shadows of night, the Sundrop dance shall keep the tendrils of sleep at bay. You think? This guy is saying that their dance powers are able to keep away the... When he says tendrils of sleep, there's a whole sleep artifact that we're trying to return back to these two blue-dressed people. It makes people fall asleep, and then you can take their awakeness away. Like, you take their awakeness away, they fall asleep, and then you can stay awake longer. Basically, you can cheat sleep. You could be awake for days and days and days on end if you find enough people to put to sleep with this artifact. But this guy is trying to say they don't need to sleep because they have a special dance. Interesting. Interesting. Once they get a bit older, the little and the tiny might enjoy watching the Marvel movies. I enjoy them, even the ones that didn't do so well. It's possible. Yeah, I mean, they love watching movies. It's just a matter of getting time where they can watch TV too. Right now, we give each one of them a certain allotment of screen time. The tiny is getting too much right now because reasons. we're trying to keep it to a certain minimum, but Oz has been having health issues that make it harder to keep the tiny, just to keep her engaged and active and not sitting in front of the TV. So we're just trying to have some grace with that. And the little gets almost no TV time, even though she's granted a certain amount per day. By the time she gets home, it's just like a mad dash to like eat, do homework. As a kindergartner, she has homework. I didn't have homework as a kindergartner, but she does, which I'm fine with, honestly. It's one change that I'm like, yeah, you know what? That's cool. I don't mind you getting started on homework early. And it's like low stakes homework. It's not a big deal. But like between homework, food, maybe, you know, shower, whatever, getting ready for bed, and then bedtime, it's like it's rinse, repeat. She has like no time to like sit and watch anything. So, but that's all going to change as they get older. Their schedules and biorhythms and everything will change. And what we do on weekends will change. Oh yeah, we already read that one. Chief Sonavanu, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Tentoa. Tentoa. I never said his name out loud until now. And if the sun drop dance is as invigorating as you say, I'd love to see it for myself. The Zundu shall dance before Ishgard's warriors upon their arrival. Brave Tentoa is welcome to join the proceedings. Is there a watch party function on Discord? I mean, literally, you just hop into a like a voice channel, and then one person shares their screen and their audio, and it's a watch party. So, kind of. That's how Oz and I watched almost everything we've watched in this last year has been through Discord watch parties. Because then we can also do other stuff. We can kind of do some productivity on the computer. Oz can work on earrings. If it's just like the two of us sitting on, like sitting in bed watching TV, it's harder for us to be productive. And none of us have time to like sit and watch stuff alone. I mean, Oz will sometimes put on the show like while doing laundry or something, but yeah. Or like I put my phone on YouTube while I'm doing the dishes, just so I've got something as a background. But we don't actually sit and watch long form much of anything. Could be a fun bonus thing to do with your followers. I had this thing baked into my calendar, and honestly, I feel bad. I'm literally just thinking about it right now, where we were going to do like a monthly Discord event, especially for anybody who is of Ghost Roll or who is an active subscriber. And we have not made those things happen. I don't know where to pull the time to make that happen and survive. My survival this year has been set aside a little bit, but sometimes creeps back into my purview to make sure that I do make sure I make it to 2025. Did you have a long enough poop to check any of the videos I shared? No, I did not. There's still, I have you on unread in Discord just so I can remember to go and watch those at some point. It's hard. Like once you share anything with me that's more than 30 seconds, I'm like, oh, okay. When and how am I going to watch this? If the girls are around, they're loud and fun and ask a lot of questions and want to talk and share a lot of stories. So for me to say, oh, hang on, I'm watching something on my phone. Like I feel like a bad parent to do that. So I just don't. And people share even like TikTok length stuff with me. And if I pull it up and I see the progress bar moving slow, I'm like, you know what? I can't. Because I know I'm going to get distracted from it or something. And then I'm also just like running around doing a lot of stuff. I do most of our driving. I do almost all of our driving. So when we're in the car, Oz will sit in the passenger seat and she'll get TikTok time. But I like to drive and I don't like us to flip flop. So I don't get TikTok time while she drives. I just don't like it that way. I like to drive. And it's not machismo thing. Like, I like to be the driver because I'm the man. I drive good. I like the act of driving a vehicle because I don't know. I'm old, and old people like driving cars. I guess. Dumb thing. But eventually I will watch that stuff. I should test this out on YouTube. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Something works, right? Oh, I need to change the message though. It says reclaim partner. It's been a minute. See, I'm smart. I have all this stuff programmed in, but we should probably change the wording on the one thing. So if I were to say, oh, let's find where that actually is. YouTube command. Subscribe. Turn notifications on. And let's say, and consider becoming a member. Because that is something that you can now do on YouTube. It is a paid subscription, just like the Twitch sub. They could call it a sub, but they can't because YouTube already calls following somebody's channel a subscription, even though that's kind of weird because you're not paying anything. And most subscriptions are paid services, right? So a YouTube subscription is a follow. A YouTube membership is a sub. So I'll switch the message there. I just switched it so it says consider becoming a member. I found out that we're so limited. I mentioned this earlier. We're so limited on emoji. There's only 4 emoji on the YouTube channel right now because memberships earn you emoji slots. So as people find the channel and find worth and decide that it's going to be something that they want to invest in, for every like, I think the first tier is like two memberships, and then the next tier is 3 more on top of that, and then the next tier is like 4 more on top of that. So it's like an expanding math sort of thing, but they expand your emoji slots by a pretty crazy amount with each tier that you open up. So they're relatively flexible about giving you that kind of stuff, but you have to show monetary engagement on the channel to make it happen. Yeah. Good thing we tested it now. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad that I was able to change the messaging right now. So if somebody were to use that command. Also, there's a, if you're curious, because you're on the channel often enough, since I've been streaming later and more in your time zone, if you type !commands, you can see it gives you a link to a page I wrote up on my .com that just has like basically almost all the ! commands that there are on the bot. So you've got a whole chunk of things to play around with. Okay. Yeah, that's the one. That was your original intent, right? I see. If we're to draw Leofine out, it makes sense to pretend like nothing is amiss. Leofine's the thief that has the put people to sleep artifact. Oops. Zundu warriors unify their strength through the Sundrop dance, and the sight is so fearsome that many choose to flee rather than fight. Netherling warriors may learn much from such an approach. Breaking the enemy's spirit avoids needless bloodshed. That's smart. It's all the bravado. Keep them away. Yet all dancers must hone their skills before wild animals first. That the Sundrop dance does not fail them at the most crucial moment. It is for that reason our dancers await at the outskirts of Oxundu for the Netherling's arrival. When the performance begins, it shall draw the attention of all like a roiling cloud coming over the horizon. Watch carefully for any who would take advantage of that moment. Okay, well, we also know what she looks like, so. After the dance is finished, Netherlings will present the Zundu with... Uh-oh. Uh-oh, something's about to happen. Oh, damn. You almost botched that roll, buddy. Yeah, it's not a 1, but oof. Hope you have good modifiers. Chief Sonu, Netherling ship appears in the skies like sudden sun shower, hurtling toward Earth. Swiftly it descends, crashing down near Zundu dancers. Ship's markings are Ishgardian. Uh-oh. That's not good. Also, I see what Akuma was saying earlier. I do get notifications that tell me to clip in Twitch. It's not saying you now have the ability to clip. We've always had the ability to clip. What it does is it's reading speed of chat, and it's going, hey, there's a lot of chat going on. Obviously, it's literally just the bun bot doing her job. But it's like, oh, look at all these chats that just came in and sort of a flurry compared to what they were. And it's like, maybe this is a clippable moment. Would you consider clipping this moment? That's what it's trying to do. It's interesting. It's not well nuanced, but it's also just a little notification so you can ignore it if it's not appropriate. Yeah. Zundu are unhurt, but wounded Netherlings pour from vessel. Uh-oh, these are the people. These are the Temple Knights. Maybe. Also, some engagement over here might help. It's always good to have more chat in YouTube. It helps with the algorithm. More people watching the show live helps with the algorithm. Me putting up more content that's not just lives will probably help with the algorithm a lot. So I just need to figure out how the heck to manage that happening. Carving the time to make that happen from, something. Let's just say they would never harm the Zundu intentionally, because I don't know if that's Leofine, her doing it herself. Agreed. This has the scent of the enemy, just as Sonu has no reason to doubt that the sun shall rise on the morrow. He has no reason to mistrust the Temple Knights. Everything is like nature metaphor. This must have been so annoying to write for these guys. She saw right through us, and now we're on the back foot. Great winds can alter even a raging river's course. What matters is to stand strong and move forward. And now, we must offer aid to the Netherlings who come as guests. Right, let's go. I also think what would help with YouTube is at some point, I got to sit down. Maybe I'll spend an entire stream doing this because I don't know whenever else I'm going to have the time to do this. I can help people learn the bot that I'm using if they're interested in using it too. And just code out the Twitch commands, all the exclamation word commands and everything that work on Twitch, and make sure that there's also a working YouTube counterpart so that YouTubers can also get engaged with fun stuff for shiggles. YouTube's supposed to be having announcements also, which I don't know how to make that happen. Twitch has it. Twitch has first words, channel point redeems, polls, predictions, pyramids, sub counter. Where do I do somewhere I've got the part where it's actually doing the announcements, but I forget how to set that up. I'll have to look it up. And then YouTube is, God, they're very different account settings. Why is my bot disconnected from YouTube? How do we make my bot reconnect? I want not these ones. Can we do unable to autofill on this? Oh, use another account. That's why. This is where I use my bun bots stuff. No wonder my bot hasn't been botting on YouTube. It's not even signed in. Sign in to streamer bot? Hell yeah. Okay, Astro Bumbot is officially connected on YouTube again. How dare they disconnect her? She's got a job to do over there. Also, what is Trovo? This particular bot lets me control Twitch, YouTube, and Trovo. I've never heard of Trovo before. Is it popular? Is it good? It says it's with a V, Trovo. Have you heard of it? Have you used it? My setup is usually I have YouTube with the volume on, but I chat and have Twitch at 1% volume on another tab. Yeah, I hear if you mute a stream, they'll drop engagement, right? You won't count as an active viewer. How should I test the bot on YouTube? Let's see. I've got at least one bot action that I have set up for YouTube. Let's see which one that is. What would I even call it? Try where's this? Command. There it is, this command. Try !brave in YouTube. Maybe one to link to Twitch from YouTube? Maybe. Cool. It looks like it did it. It also just announced its own presence in stream, which is wrong. It shouldn't be doing that. When it's doing a first words check, it shouldn't do it on itself. So it's weird that it does. I'm pretty sure I coded in an exclusion so that when you do the welcome message for somebody's first words in YouTube, if it hears its own name, it does nothing. Oh, it looks like it might be case sensitive because it's looking for the name Astro Bunbot, but it's looking at it with a lowercase a. That's the only thing I can think of that could be it. I'll change it. I'll change it so it's an uppercase a. Maybe that's what's going to stop it from happening. I mean, that announcement of itself seems appropriate. It's kind of, except she literally was not able to log in. So no, it's a lie. We're fortunate that Leofine chose the outskirts of the settlement to enact her horrible plan. Imagine if the ship crashed over Oxundu or even Ishgard. All right, let's go. Let's go face her head on. If this is the work of the cradle, Leofine can't be far. We must tend to the wounded, but I won't let her escape again. This ends today, one way or the other. All right, let's go. Item level 680. I'm getting synced upwards. Nice. This was such a good era of the game. These like floating islands with trees and grass on them. And oh, there she is. She's going to face us head on. Not going to hire bandits and stuff to come at us. There you are, Leofine. You came all this way just to greet me? Oh, I am honored. I only hope my gift was satisfactory. She put him to sleep. That was the gift. 'Tis a shame you will not see Ishgard crumble. Alas, I can scarcely suffer rats to scurry about my feet, threatening to gnaw away at my carefully laid plans. Man, the graphic update looks so good. Everybody's so much better than they used to be. The game's yeah, visuals have gotten a lot better since that update. At least you bear witness to the dying breath of the Temple Knight's flagging honor. We would sooner see that wrecked airship soar again than their reputation return to its former glory. Yet even I did not foresee that the Zundu would be in the ship's path. The fury favors me, for who now would trust a nation so careless as to put their neighbors at risk? Yeah, except we literally know it was you. We literally know you just did this. And she just said that. Everyone knows you're behind this. People won't turn on each other so easily, right? Oh, I didn't see you there. The shut eye wide awake. Doubly honored I am that you came all this way just to meet your end. Enough. We're taking the cradle back. We won't let your evil continue any longer. Such bold words. If I recall correctly, your people reaped great benefits from this artifact's powers, all at the cost of someone's waking life. Your life. Uh-oh. She's going to use it to try to take life and not just sleep? Or is she just calling him out? Oh, okay. She's making him feel weird. That's all. Feel weird that you have a different culture than me. Pray, do not misunderstand me. That was not meant to be a denouncement of your people. On the contrary, they have my utmost respect. We are bound by our very nature. No matter how mighty we become, we're slaves to the whims of sleep. Yet this artifact can sunder those shackles and grant true freedom. It makes its wielders stronger and their enemies weak. Perfect weapon, if you ask me. I can't say whether using the cradle is right or wrong. I only know that a life lived at the cost of another is no life at all. And he was the one who got to stay awake all this time. You're right about one thing. We are bound by our nature. Oh, sorry, that's him, not her. Look, it was close up on her. All right, she's not talking. You're right about one thing. We are bound by our nature, but that doesn't shackle us. It brings us together. And whether I'm asleep or awake, as long as Lozaniqua is by my side, that's the life I want. Aww. He likes her. Maybe just as friends. It's hard to tell. It's at least platonic, maybe more. We'll take the cradle back together is what I'm going to say. Toady! Hi and welcome, Toady. How we doing? What's good in your hood? We just fixed Astro Bunbot was slacking. She was not on... she wasn't awake and hanging out over on YouTube.
What's wrong, Doug? Nothing, not a thing. I'm right as the mail.
I had a feeling you were going to self-care. I already started drinking. I was like, I got this feeling. I know exactly what Toadie's going to do. Toadie's going to make me drink. Doing good. Just finished work. How was work? Happy to be off. I always have mixed feelings about being off. I feel like when I'm off work, I have to immediately take over for the kids because Oz is like done with them. She's like, oh my gosh, please get these Rugrats out from underneath my feet and give them something to do and give me a break. So I clock out and I don't take a break. I just go immediately into dad mode. So it's like, you know, running from one job to the next. But, and my job is, it's like not that hard. It's mentally challenging. It requires wits and smarts, but it's not like physically taxing or hard. So I do feel like my life, like it's a little bit easier when I'm on the clock versus when it's off. So I don't necessarily like crave clocking out, but I also, you know, crave spending time with my family. So it's like a mixed bag sort of thing. Down on getting predictable. I mean, I also needed to hydrate, and now I'm stretching my legs, even though you can't see it. So I needed these things. Predictable or not, they're good. They're good for me. It's not that I'm glad to be off, more than I'm glad my buddy now has a PC. so I can convince him to try Final Fantasy 14. If you need a hand, Oz and I are really good at convincing people stuff. I think the big thing with Final Fantasy is getting people onboarded into the game. I feel requires significant input of your free time and spending time with them during the ARR content. You give them that, and then they'll be fine from Heaven's Word on. But ARR is easy to lose new players, and that's why I feel like it kind of sucks that's the first thing that players encounter. Is that's the game. You start here. Good luck with the story and all the nuances and running back and forth. They've streamlined some of the story. They've made things better. It's better than it was, but it's still like out of the game's myriad acts, the ARR act is the worst of them. It's still good. It's better than other RPGs. It's better than a lot of RPGs, how they start. But it's the worst of all the other Final Fantasy 14 acts. So it's very addictive. After you get past that, getting through ARR requires, I think, constant engagement and friendship and just feeling like you got a buddy to hang out with, chat with while you're going through the story, do the content with you when it comes up for multiplayer stuff. It's always more fun to double queue in Sastasha than single queue. Like all that kind of stuff. It's just better with a friend. Then after that, you don't have to be so hands-on all the time. Yeah. I'm 100% willing to help him through ARR. Just going to try to get him to agree that if he's going to quit, wait until post ARR. There you go. That's hard to hold somebody to, though. They'll quit when they want to quit. I did ARR all the way through. Good MMORPG, but having a game where I have to do dailies feels like it could end up bad. You don't have to do dailies. This game does not require dailies. Yeah, it's not like World of Warcraft. And especially by the end game, in the end game, there are daily quests you could do if you felt like it. But unlike World of Warcraft, you do not have to do dailies to feel like there's content to do. Does that make sense? There's a breadth of different gameplay styles for end game in Final Fantasy 14. Whereas I felt, and this might be different for WoW because it's been such a long time since I played, but at one point when I was in endgame WoW, if I was in a raid guild, we were doing raid guild stuff. And my favorite guild was in vanilla WoW. We did raiding twice a week, and the other days we did PvP. Well, that was bliss. There was a lot of diversity of gameplay between doing the raids and the PvP. The PvP was a lot of fun back then, and I felt like it was really well balanced, and just the different maps were so much fun for that game. And later on, I feel like WoW got distilled. Like the raiding stopped being as much fun, maybe not as much challenging. It just felt like stand in the right place at the right time and then spam all your abilities for every raid boss ever. And it gets old. And like there's no thought, there's no mini games, there's no diversity of gameplay. Final Fantasy does raids significantly better than WoW does in that regard. And then the dailies were just like killing me because it just felt like I was running around doing the same things over and over and over again for like micro bits of faction for some, faction group or race in the world. And then what was that for? So I could get their gear or so I could get their aesthetics and then use that gear in other raids. It felt so Sisyphean and it wasn't fun or enriching. Whereas Final Fantasy, I feel like, has a lot more. Like, you get tired of something, there's so many other things you could do. It's not a daily driven game at all. Yeah. Playing games with people, but I need an end game. Oh, yeah. You'll need to do dailies. I haven't finished my dailies in months. Yeah. By the end game, I mean a point where there's no more story. Yeah, this game does also have story ends as well. Like you can play through, well, I mean, if you start now, Final Fantasy has months and months and months and months of story for you to do. So you wouldn't run out for a while. but it does run out, and it doesn't just like leave off as a cliffhanger or something. It's there are end caps to story. So in other words, you can actually get to a point where if you want, you can quit at the end of an expansion, and there isn't this idea that you left a bunch of stuff undone. You know what I mean? The game does a good job of closing chapters so you can feel like I finished something, I accomplished it, now I can just like leave for a bit. Doing a playthrough of Elden Ring with someone sounds super fun, or as stated before, a Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. And those are games that have like an ending though, right? Yeah. Gotta do more Baldur's Gate 3. Can't wait for the crossplay so I can yoink PC players into my dumbassery. Are they doing that? Are they going to be implementing cross-platform? Because, I mean, that's the future. Especially anything that's not a shooter. I don't see why you wouldn't. I know it's a pain, but you get so much better engagement from your communities doing stuff like that. Engaging in allowing people to meet each other where they are. Because I remember growing up, it was like if you didn't have the same console or PC that your friends did and you were doing something else, you guys weren't friends. You couldn't keep up with each other, right? Just did the House of Hope and Sharts end story. Excuse me. My buddy dreaded House of Hope since his main damage type was holy, and that place punishes the fuck out of holy. Interesting. I don't know what all these words mean, but I'm sure you two do. Okay, we'll take the credit back together. God, she looks so badass right now. This is the darkest. She's like a Dark Knight paladin. I did so good with this glamour. I'm really pleased with myself. Patting myself on the back for this. She's exhausted the Cradle's power on the Temple Knights. This is our chance. No plan is without its wrinkles, I suppose. Fortunately, I prepare for all contingencies. What is she going to do? Oh, she got bandits on her side? That's what's going on. She released a bunch of people from prison. And so they're going to fight. We're going to fight prisoners. Freshly freed prisoners. Unbound. Leofine the unchivalrous. What a villain. You had every opportunity to live a quiet life, but I will not give it again. This time I shall send you into a slumber from which you will never wake. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Dark Knight without being Dark Knight. I mean, my Dark Knight also looks dark. But yeah, this is how I glammed Paladin. Look at my shield. Look at how dark and just, yeah. Give the cradle back or we'll take it back. All bluster as usual. Take it if you dare. I better focus on fighting. Protect the Netherling warriors. Oh, yeah, we better. Hang on, go tank stance and draw all these guys over to me then. Hang on, guys. I got you too. Why must you resist? Succumb to the burden of sleep and dream eternal. Are these not pullable? What's going on here? Why won't you turn and face me? You jerks. Face me. Or just die, I guess. You could just maybe die. That's rude, though. I wasn't expecting to not have, or to have non-tauntable enemies. We're doing a job quest for tanks. Shouldn't I be able to tank? Now wash away the darkness of sleep with the sun drop dance. Ooh, look at that. They're doing the dance. Fun. Oh, wait, those guys. Hang on. Who are you? Are you fighting a sleeping person? That's not very kind. Mom said that is unchivalrous. This playthrough is on Tactician, but with max party level, increasing max character level 20. So even the hardest mode, I barely have to worry. Oh, aren't you a badass? There we go. All right, let's get those Temple Knights up. Gonna do some of the mod class and subclasses in the next playthrough. Mod class? What happened? These guys just woke you up with their amazing wakey wakey dance. God, you know what I want when I say wakey wakey? Eggs and bakey. Mighty Zundo, protect Netherling warriors. Keep cautious. Like Gaily Cat under stormy skies. Heh, now you're all alone. This ends now with Leofine. Why am I cursed with incompetence? Very well, dance with me, wide-eye. I've yet to test the strength granted to me. Your strength. Now I shall. We'll see about that. To think it could hold such immense power. Uh-oh. Where do I go? You're not that strong. Yet. The artifact isn't for such callous hands. There's a lot of dialogue in this. The Narwhal's blessing is only for those with the heart of a defender. Yeah, like us. Do we need to split up? You take that side. I hope this is the side you meant. Oh, that was nothing. That was a big nothing burger. You can save your healing for your future boyfriend, because I'm doing fine. They added mods to consoles. Oh, cool. And some people have made some custom classes to play as Mystic, a Psychic Warrior type, and a bunch of subclasses like the Dino Tamer for the Rangers. That sounds fun. Oh, what? She didn't drop that much in health. It's just we're changing scenes. The artifact swells with power. It begs to be released. Do it. Do it. Put us to sleep. Now you shut your eyes for the final time. Take a last glimpse of the waking world. Wait, we're not going to just fall asleep? Then what's going on? She's glowing with the power to brace yourself against the power of the artifact. Can I just do this? Oh, hey, cool. We're both doing it. Oh, I have to take cover behind tent. Oh, okay. I dodged your sleep. I don't know how he did it, but he made the sleep. I'm all right. What about Tentoa? Oh, yeah, he's passed out. Here, I was going to do that attack for you guys. You think this piece of wood is for protection? Such a glowing sentiment. Cursed insects, you lot finish them off. Earn your freedom. Really? More of these guys? Sundrop dance arouse Netherling warrior. Protect the sleeper until he awakens. It's time for us to protect Tentoa. We'll get through this together. Okay. Well, I'm gonna do this thing. And this thing, I guess. I'm also blocking whatever this is. Oh, whoops. I have to stand here. All right. Oh, you just shot at me? Is that it? That's fine. As long as I stand right here, it seems like she can't do anything. Uh-oh. Come back here. Yeah. I just have to stand in such a way that I can block these gunshots. Oh, she's throwing daggers. That's what's happening. Dagger toss. All right. I'll accept that. That seems more Final Fantasy-esque than doing sniping. Stop shooting at me. I don't like the way it feels. Block it. Partially block it. On your feet, Tentoa. It's your duty as the wide eye. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Zundu warrior dance. It just so happens there's another tribe who does anti-sleep. I owe you all my life. Thank you. Zundu go to help allies. May Zephyr winds guide you to victory. Okay, bye. No, sleep is inexorable. How are they doing this? I mean, it's not inexorable. They've got this ability. You got your ability. They got theirs. I'm far from finished. You will not withstand this. I think I will. Sleep now for good. Others are just tools to you. Is this your idea of freedom? That's a good question. Ha. 'Tis just a scratch. I love that attack. I call it the apple pie attack. Uh-oh. We gotta stack and then run over here and then do this. Okay, we did all the things. Now what? Now what is she doing? What are you doing? Poison daggers. I don't like that, but I can block that one. Just gotta boop. And you interrupt her. Nice try, though. Sneaky. Very epic fight. This is a good one. Fury, take you. Probably not. Just looking at our health versus yours. Oh, stacking up stuff now. Oh my. Duty complete. Not sure why I won't leave my brain, but every time I see you play Final Fantasy, I'm reminded that Donald Duck is one, if not the strongest mage in canon. Sure, why not? As far as I know, he's the only one aside from endgame bosses in Bahamut who can cast Zeta Flare. Interesting. You stubborn. You may have won today, but this is not over. Yeah? She just gets to ride away like this? Yes, it is. She's just going to put him right to sleep again. Oh, dive for the win. Look at me jump in and save him so he can get the final win. Damn fool. No. She dropped the goods. She got away, but no. You think she would be really, really cautious about not just like holding that with her hand. Say goodnight, Leofian. It's kind of corny. Oh no, that's not corny. He just gave her the... Oh, okay, maybe the griffin will save her. The hippogriff. Dude. The wide eye watch is eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. Dude, he just sent her off on like a Joker death. We finally stopped her. Yes, but we have someone else to worry about. I mean, you literally have all these bird people who can wake me up with their special dance. Dai, wake up. Are you all right? I look great. I look like I'm actually getting a good night's sleep for the first time in this character's life. Ha! Only she would smile at a time like this. Dude, it's because I'm getting sleep. This is the dream. You know that meme? Like, men only want one thing in video games and it's disgusting. For me, it's this. A really blissful sleep in the middle of a lovely, grassy, windy place. Just give me a nice nap. She's awake. Did I fall asleep? I remember what happened. It's good to see you awake, Dai. Oh, shouldn't say Dai. Don't worry, you weren't asleep for long. And judging by your fierce expression, the cradle didn't sap any of your trademark vigor. Your work is done, Dai. You did a commendable job as our shield, and now you can lay down your burden. It was thanks to your bravery that I was able to deal the final blow to Leofine, and with that cradle back in our possession, I think we can consider this expedition across the seas to be a success. Hell yeah. The Zundu helped us gather the wounded and see them safely off to Ishgard. We couldn't have done it without you. By the way, never try to sleep in tall or even semi-tall grass in real life. Why? I mean, besides bugs and snakes. Here you can't sleep in tall grass because of snakes. Snakes and ticks. Netherlings protect allies as fiercely as Gaelic cat protecting kittens. Zundu are moved by your might. You are equally as impressive. I should learn the sundrop dance myself, though I won't strike a figure half as fierce as yours. Yeah, flex for the little guy. The Zundu seem to have everything well in hand, and Handaloop is likely eager to see us. We should return to Ishgard as soon as we can. Hate to be a bummer, but I'm probably not going to finish this quest on stream. I got to get some sleep. I'm going to stay up and finish all this sort of stuff. Keth's Western Highlands. Did we? Is this? Oh yeah, I forgot this was a thing. That these two also connect up that way. I don't think there's a place in the world where tall grass grows that isn't full of stuff that could really hurt you or at least ruin your week. Spiders mostly. Have you... This is one of those things that Oz likes to tell people if they don't know it already. Did you know that cranberry farmers have to be real fucking cool with spiders? The thing of it is that cranberries are grown in bogs, and then you flood the bog to let the cranberries float. So there's a whole harvesting process that's just done with water. So then you get in these big waders, get out there in the water, and do your job. Well, flooding a dry field with wet water and making it so nobody has a dry place to hang out, spiders will climb to the tops of blades of grass and any plants that are sticking up above the water, desperate to try to find a place where they won't drown. And as you're walking through the waters of the cranberry fields doing your cranberry work, the spiders will find you because you're also very tall and you're a wonderful place to hang out where they don't have fear of drowning. And to make matters worse, you might ask yourself, well, how many spiders hang out around cranberry bogs? Maybe incidentally, you get a few spiders as you're walking around, you're doing your job because they're going to crawl on you because you're dry and higher up than the water. So sure, a few spider riders. You're already wearing waders, so it's not really a big deal. You've got this like big, thick rubberized stuff on your whole bottom half of your body. Who's to say a few spiders walking around on you would really be that freaky? But cranberry farmers don't use pesticides to kill their pests. They use spiders to kill their pests. So cranberry farms are much fuller of spider than most places are, because the spiders are the natural pest deterrents to the cranberry plant. And the farmers know that. It saves the cranberry, which can be a very delicate fruit that they don't want to mess with, adding the chemicals and stuff. So they just do it an old-fashioned way and put tons and tons and tons of spiders in those bogs to help fight. Well, you get tons and tons of spiders in those bogs, and then you fill them with water, and you have one tall person hanging out where all those spiders can crawl up. You're going to be covered in spiders doing your job. I love spiders, but that doesn't mean they won't bite the shit out of me if I accidentally almost crush it while walking in tall grass. That's true too. Yeah, that's true. Can we still go hang out at House Fortall? You can't walk in, but would this guy just let you in? Hell yeah. So that icon isn't, he has a quest. It means somebody in here does. Nice. I like this manor house, but it's also kind of weird. Like if you look at this place, there's obviously like closets here and here, like little rooms. Maybe one of them's a water closet. And then you have your mantle and this like really nice place back here. Although this guy literally stands here, just stand. There's no seat for him back there. There should be a nice little chair. He just stands on this nice carpet in front of this nice shield. And all this furniture against the walls in random states. And hi, hello, hi, little guy. Where's the second floor? Where are the living quarters? What is a manor house? Is a manor house not like a house? This just seems like a festival hall or something, a small party venue. You come out and this thing has a second floor, a third floor, turrets. It's big. It's got this little gazebo thing over here that with doors that lead to that. Where does all this live? Does one of those closet doors take you to the rest of the manor house? What? Do they, or am I, when I talk to this guy and the screen blacks out, do they like put a blindfold over me, then lead me to the party room? And you don't get to see the rest of the house at all. It's just like one room somewhere. Look, he's even got these little like back cozy rounded bay windows. This is a nice house. I like Ishgard. It's very monochromatic, but it has its charms in its own way. You know what I mean? All right. I need to sleep. If you could pick one cryptic to be real, you mean cryptid? I don't know enough about cryptids. I need to do some research. I definitely don't live in the world where I know, like, besides like stuff like Bigfoot and Loch Ness Monster, I don't know like all the fun and exciting cryptids. And out of the ones that I do know, the big tall tale ancient ones are boring to me. If they live or don't live, if they're real or not real, I don't know. I'm not excited about any of them. So I'd want to learn the world of modern cryptid stuff. If it was a spider, probably not that. Squonk would be funny. Yeah, I'm already well over this. I'm underwater in this I have no idea what we're talking about. I just know that it's a thing. It exists and people talk about it and write stories about it, but I have no deeper concept. No deeper understanding. Yeah. All right. Before I keep just walking around in random dumb places in this city, let's call stream. Don't need to do that to bounce out of that screen. Love your faces. Thank you for being here for a wonderful chat. I had a nice discourse with you all tonight. I look forward to the next one week from today. If you're into deep conversations, philosophy, critical thinking, all that sort of thing, Wednesdays are the night for you for dedicated conversation in that regard, but weekends I also stream, and I will stop literally whatever we're playing if the conversation's good enough, and we'll dive down rabbit holes there as well. I stream Wednesdays, Saturdays, Sundays, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific for 5 hours per stream. Look forward to seeing you on the weekend. I have a couple days where I will not be streaming, so feel free to cyberstalk me on all the usual platforms, except for one person that already cyberstalks me that I wish he wouldn't, but everybody else, please do. Hope you and the family have a nice December. That sounds like you're not going to talk to me till January. I hope you have a nice December. I hope you have a nice 2025. Doesn't that feel like I won't see you till 2026 when I say that? I don't know. All right. YouTube kick, we're signing off for the night. Twitch, hang on. We're going to go find somebody to raid out to, and I will see you all in a couple days. If you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too. I'll catch you in the next one. Bye.